All right, what is up? What is up? Grace and peace. Good afternoon. It is evening Mindful Mondays today. So, hold on, let me fix myself. So, really quickly, let's give a rundown of what the introduction is today, and then we will get into the conversation. And also, I will be dropping the link, so if anybody's interested, they can come up here. But we just need to be careful about using certain words, especially when we're talking about the conversation in regards to what's this man's name? Puffy Sean Combs. Okay, so we just need to be a little mindful when we're talking about that case because there's sensitive words and topics and things of that nature. So, things that have been on my mind, and I just wanted to, certain people spark thought processes in my head. And I said, let me go ahead and now gather up enough information and have these kind of discussions and be mindful about what we're talking about, right? And when we hear the words Black excellence and we hear the words Black love, what does that mean? Shout out to my beauty queen, Raz Girl, because she, 2 weeks ago, I believe, had a conversation about this as well in regards to Black love. Is that dying? We're going to use the word Black today because that's what it is. Is in the building. Salute, come through supporting. Thank you. Getting ready for work? Oh no. Okay, you'll be listening. See, I try to, this morning I wasn't able to do my Mindful Monday, and I really wasn't. I was like going to plan for next week. But anyway, thank you for showing love. All right, so we're going to discuss the case. Not dive into Puffy's case because I don't really want to get into that. I just want to talk about how he is the epitome of Black excellence. He also changed his name to Brother Love, right? Because he was going by the moniker of, he's changing his life over or whatever. I wanted to also discuss Black dandy or Black dandyism and how that all ties in as well with the Black excellence. And talk about Papoose and Remy Ma, who are both, I can chill with you for a second. Okay, all right, thank you, Brother Smitty. So yeah, I wasn't gonna pop on, but I said let me just pop in real quick and try to be consistent with my Mindful Mondays. But I really don't feel like being on social media too much. I get doses of okay, I'm gonna be on and chill out, and me, I like to go hibernating. Okay, you're going to be listening. Thank you. 63. That 636 is a very powerful number. So anyway, salute Brother Maybach. Yes, I'm going to drop the link so y'all can come up. I'm not going to talk too long. I just want to give our introduction. I'm going to do a quick reading from the Fair Use Act and talk about, the Black excellence, the Harlem Renaissance, and how this all ties in up to now. So this isn't something that's been new. We're hearing about it for some of us are hearing the word Black excellence, Black love for the first time. But in actuality, this has been going on for over 100 years, especially when we go into the term dandy or dandyism, right? And then we'll talk about Papoose and Remy Ma, who are both, one's a Bronx rapper, Bronx native, shout out to the Bronx. And the other one's a Brooklyn native, both coming from New York City. And they had their moniker of Black love. And I think Papoose was like the one who spearheaded it and stuff. So I want to tie all that in together because it all is in correlation with one another. And then talk about Puffy and what is his downfall to, there's a lot of moving parts with him. But when we hear the word Black excellence, because he would promote that, right? So how does that look? What does that look like? Should we even be glorifying this now? Is it commercialized? Like all these things, like I have questions I have answers too, but I'm just like, I want to have an open discussion with that. All right, so let's move forward. Wally's in the building. Salute, Wally. Thank you. Okay. Oh, you just letting me know. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into the conversation. But before all that, let me put up the fair use. So disclaimer, copyright under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by the copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. So I brought that out because I will be reading from a couple of places, the HarlemRenaissance.org. I'll be reading from Vogue magazine. So, we got to dot our I's and cross our T's. A lot of symbolism within the stories from whatever. Yes, exactly. Exactly right. So there is that symbolism there. It's all intertwined with each other. So that's why I figured, you know what? Let's bring all three of these out and present them because they are intertwinable, interchangeable with each other. And when you just hear the word Black love, a whole bunch of things go into your mind, right? Because even you could even say the way with the dandyism, you can even say that's a form of Black love. When our ancestors would get dressed and go out, it wasn't so much as this artsy thing, the way the Met Gala has put it together, but it was, putting on your Sunday best. What they say, getting dressed and going down, to a show or to dinner, and no one looked at it like, oh, she put on her, if you put on your fancy clothes, it's either Sunday or you going out, right? It has been commercialized now, and it has been interchangeable with the fluid community. That if you looked at the Met Gala, which was on May 5th, they had a lot of women wearing men's clothing, the suits rather, right? And I will show you pictures because even back in the 1920s, when we go into the Harlem Renaissance, there was a couple of gay women that there was one who she couldn't get into the show to perform, so she dressed up as a man to get in. And I mean, listen, there's certain things back in those times that women weren't allowed to do a lot of things, right, equally. And so they did wear men's clothing, and maybe even before that, I'm sure even before that time frame. But did it mean that they were necessarily gay? No, it didn't. It just meant that they had, they either had they wanted to dance or sing or entertain, right? And they couldn't, so they dressed up as a man to get in. Now, there were some stories going around that Ella Fitzgerald was, I don't know if she was bisexual or if she was gay. Ma Rainey, right? They showed you even on the Netflix movie that she had a woman lover. So also, what's her name that created the hair products? Her daughter was gay, Madam C.J. Walker. And, they showed that she, her mother was kind of adamant about her having a male, a husband, getting married because she was at a certain age. And C.J. Walker's daughter, I forgot what her name was, but she went on to having, a same-sex relationship. So it's been out there. At certain times in history, it's been suppressed because it's like taboo. We don't talk about those things. But in the newer era, it's been really like exploited to almost where there's this agenda behind it to influence everybody and make them like, listen. And I understand it was suppressed for a very long time. So people are like, I'm here now, hear me raw. And I get it. But there's this ostentatiousness with it that it's like, all right, I don't need to see this all the time in my face. So That's where that is. Dirty Kento's in the building. Salute, salute. Good to see you. All right. Yes, keep dropping those shows. Thank you. I try. Okay, so let me read really quickly. Let's go back before the MetLife, the Met Gala. Let's go back before that and go into the Harlem Renaissance, so we can really see where all this started from. And I will show you pictures of what people wore during that time. And I mean, I don't think they ever was saying to each other, "Hey, you looking dandy right now." I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. And in my head, when I used to hear the word dandy, we always associated that word with being, fruity, for better lack of words. So yeah, it would make sense that the Met Gala this year would do that. Okay, so the origins of the Harlem Renaissance lie in the Great Migration of the early. So I'm reading out of poetryfoundation.org in regards to the Harlem Renaissance. So you guys can go ahead and look that up as well if you're interested in reading the full article. I'm not going to do that. So when hundreds of thousands of Black people migrated, right? Because we're going to use the words Black and white today. We always do, because they do it. So thousands of Black people migrated from the South into dense urban areas that offer relatively more economic opportunities and cultural capital. It was, in the words of editor, journalist, and critic Alan Locke, a spiritual coming of age for African American artists. Let's dodge the hijack, because not everybody was African during that time as well. But you understand. You see how the words interchange with each other. I'm sure Negro will come up in this as well. So you all that and then some. All right. So we won't get in our feelings. So for African American artists and thinkers who seized upon their first chances for group expression and self-determination. Harlem Renaissance poets such as Langston Hughes, Claude McKay, and Georgia Douglas Johnson explored the beauty and pain of Black life and sought to define themselves in their community outside of the white stereotypes. So they forged their way through the Renaissance, and specifically in Harlem. Now we know that Chicago was popping, shaking, and moving as well during that time as well, but Harlem was the mecca of the new Negro, and that's where you got the Cotton Club and the Savoy and a whole bunch of nightclubs that the white people would come up from downtown Fifth Avenue and sneak themselves uptown to go, get their little black fetish off. I mean, let's call it what it is. All right. The Black Renaissance, particularly the Harlem Renaissance in New York City, was a period of vibrant artistic and cultural flourishing among African Americans, mainly between the end of World War I and the Great Depression. It marked a golden age for Black artists and writers, fostering Black pride in Black identity and experience. And so I'll stop there, and then I'll just show you some pictures so we can get an idea of what they meant by the Harlem Renaissance and the Black excellence. So here we have three women walking down maybe Fifth Avenue. I'm not sure. All right, let's move in. So hold on a second. Okay. So, Beauty Queen's in the building. Hello. Salute, my love. Okay. So let's just look at some pictures here. All right. This is one example. Here's some more examples. More women dressed up. I know I suck. I gotta figure out how I can get those slide screens and stuff. So this is old school. I'm gonna be 50 next year. I'm gonna be a half of a century. So I'm a little old fashioned. Let's get some men up in here. We see the beautiful women. Let me see if I can find some men. Now here we have a family, a husband and a wife. Okay. Get some more examples. Here we have some performers. Okay. Cotton Club, as I mentioned before, the Savoy, one of the bigger and here we have some artists. So here's Duke Ellington. And some of y'all might not know of Duke Ellington, but he played the piano, big bands, Cab Calloway. I love that era. If I ever was to go back, if I had a chance to go back in time, it would be the Harlem Renaissance. Like I want to be an adult or a young adult during that time, dancing, swinging around. And, you know, life wasn't peachy keen either back then. You had a lot of discrimination going on, of course. But the era was just, this was this time where here's some more performers. So the outfits, I wouldn't necessarily say that was dandy. I mean, they were performing, they got dressed. People wore their, what you call Sunday best, and went out and you know, did what they had to do. Uh-oh. Ronan's in the building. O-head. Salute, O-head. Here's a picture of a performer. And she kind of has on the, you know, male clothing. So that's just a little example of what I'm talking about. You know, these people that were celebrating their Black excellence, it was because they were coming from a time of struggle and leaving the South and migrating, the Great Migration, coming up north to places like Chicago, like Philly, like New York, Harlem, Detroit, Michigan, right? But Harlem set the precedence of everybody coming there. Langston Hughes, Duke Ellington, who's this? Oh my goodness. I mean, Martin Garvey, you know, political people, not only just arts and you know, entertainment, but you had a political world moving around that time as well. Arturo Schomburg, who was inspired by hearing some of Marcus Garvey's and hearing a lot of what was going on with the injustices of the Black Americans coming from Puerto Rico. So you had your Caribbean folks coming in here too. So I don't want to hear nothing about no tethers and stuff like that, because missed me with all of that. I mean, that's my great grandparents came in around that time as well from Jamaica and Grenada. So that's the islands. They forged their way and paved their way to get here into the States. So this new thing about people as tethers and Caribbeans, no, we've been locked in for 100 years. And some of y'all ancestors is not African, so please stop with that too. You disrespecting the ancestors who was already here. Your indigenous Native American family, those ancestors. And those were the ancestors that was leaving the South and coming up here and taking the last little bit that they had and forging a way up north for the better economic structures, better living. And even though in these cities, on the hindsight, it looked like it was good and it, you know, economically, right? But up north was kind of struggling in a different way. And they still faced discrimination and racism. Like Boston, Massachusetts, they still faced discrimination. As I said, these white people would come up from, you know, downtown Manhattan and come high as the kite up to Harlem so that they can get their little fix, their jigaboo fix, as they call them. Listening to the music, maybe trying to take a little, you know, black girl or whatever, you know. This is going to allude to Puffy in a minute. because what we're seeing with Puffy's parties and the Hampton white parties and things of that nature, it's like nothing new under the sun, except for the stuff that he's doing sexually. Like his sexual appetite is a little off kilter, but nonetheless, that's not to say back then these people and I would have to say certain that would be the white clientele, that there's this they fetish is better lack of word. I've heard it, I've seen it, I have been not a victim of it, but listen, I'll get to that in a minute. So I'm like, what? How dare you call me exotic, right? Because the white man will look at you, they're like, "Ooh, you exotic." What? I'm not a bird. But this is what some of these white people did to the ancestors in the days. I mean, shoot, they would have black people in the Bronx Zoo here in New York, here in the Bronx specifically, and had them in the cages as if they were animals, and coming in to watch them and look at them. Sarah Bartlett, who was an African, I'm not sure if she was an African princess, but she was part of that slave trade, the Atlantic slave trade, and they brought her over to England, and because she had this big bootylicious girl, she was a big booty girl. These white people were having a field day with her. They were treating her like an exhibit. They had her walking around with just these little fringes around her bottom, and just parading her around like she was an animal. So much that the white women were getting jealous, and that you see in the 1800s when they have the little dress. Let's look at their dresses, because I'm going to show you what Sarah Bartlett had these white people going ahead and doing. These white people wanted to be just like a black woman. They wanted the body of a black woman, aka Kim Kardashian. You see, it's nothing new under the sun. It's just different, tweaks and turns to it. Let's go look up who Sarah Bartlett is and what she looked like, and what these white women they were mad. They was peed. Oh, okay. So here's what they did to their little dresses. They added, I forgot what it's called, but they added this bouffant backside to them because they saw Sarah Bartlett with her booty out. So this is all coming out looking at the precious ancestor, Sarah Bartlett. Let's look at who Sarah was. Sarah Bartman, sorry. So here's Sarah Bartman that they gave her. That's not her real name. But here's a picture or illustration of her. Okay. So as we see closely, Cinderella dresses, exactly. That's where the Cinderella dresses is coming from. My brother Ron's in the building. Salute. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Are American blacks jealous of those with the culture? I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's the other way around. And as they say, art imitates. Focus is in the building. Salute. My bad. I'm just looking at your comments now. My bad. I set the stage first, and then I'm going to open up the lines and you guys can come through. Raz girl's like, girl, old fashioned too, right? You old fashioned too. Yeah, man, we got to get with the times though. Oh, I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out together, beauty queen. So yeah, Sarah Bartlett was this, I want to say she was an African princess. She was a real princess. Let's say that. Hold on, let's do this real quick. And certain people were jealous, and they wanted to wear they wanted to wear these dresses as well. And they were making fun of her, like, look, you see, they were poking fun at her. Okay, making her a caricature. You see these. This is all out in England. And you know what they did when she passed away? They mummified her body and they kept it on display. They still were praising her. Sick. She was born roughly around 1789 in Camdibu. I'm not sure what part of Africa that was, what country, and she died December 29, 1815 in Paris, France. So they had her touring around. Oh, she's from South Africa. Okay. They had her touring around like she was an animal, basically, but fetishing her at the same time. Okay. And let me see if I can find a picture of her body on display. But anyway, they have her body mummified somewhere out in France. So they probably circulate in between France and England. But yeah, here's what her body is now. So this is her remains. That's her as a corpse. Okay. This is her mummified, Sarah Bartlett. And they kept her body and they still got her, hanging out in the museums. Instead of letting her go back to her home, her native land, and rest in peace. These people won't do that. The nefariousness of them all. So she would be Black excellence because these people were jealous. They had to create a whole outfit for them. These white women, they had to create a whole outfit for them. So they would call that the Victorian era. So Sarah was brought around the Victorian era, named after Princess Victoria. Here's another example of what women were dressing. Okay, I just showed you how Sarah looked. Here's what they were dressing like. Okay, so they were using her body as an example of, we're gonna have a big old booty too, because the men were going gaga, they were going crazy. They saw this behind out there like that, like, yo, we ain't never seen nothing like this, and they were drooling and poking fun at her at the same time. Look, more examples of these women. Okay, more examples. So what they say, art imitates life. This is what we're seeing playing out when we hear about the Met Gala. So let's move into the Met Gala. On May 5th, the Met Gala, which is presented at MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art in Manhattan on Fifth Avenue. They do it every year, but this year's theme was dandyism. Dandyism. What and where did this term come from? So, a woman was interviewed in the Vogue magazine. She said in quotes, this article is coming from the Vogue magazine. Again, fair use disclaimer. Panera's in the building. Salute. Thank you, my brother. I miss you. That's our brother from the UK, and he could definitely talk about that Sarah Bartlett, all that stuff, how they did out there in the UK. In England, France, Germany, all that crazy stuff out there. They still have they still have sculptures of Moors and Black royalty, if you will, out there. Germany, Russia. Oh yeah, because it's almost like an effigy. It's a reminder of who they came from. The Moors, remember that story with the Moors and how they ruled, what, 800 years out there in Spain? Was cleaning some people up. So don't ever think for 1 minute that the boogeyman is them, because at some point in time, we all played a part in being a boogeyman. And when I say we, I'm talking about Black people. So, but for some reason, particularly the Black Americans, like you forgot your shine. You forgot who and where you came from. And it's unfortunate because the powers that shouldn't be are the ones that told you who and what you are and where you came from. And they had you pointing east when all along you've been west, you've been here all along. Your excellence extends back all of the Americas. You got South America. It's not just Latin. And remember that these the pale-skinned Europeans were going into certain parts of South America, Central America. But the rest of the United States, or it wasn't the United States at that time, but the rest of America, they were copper-colored people. They had their own civilization going on. They had their own tribes. They had their own excellence. It just wasn't couture the way these people in the East were doing it. And they just came about within the past 300 years. They just became couture. The King Louis the 14th, I think it was, he wasn't taking baths. Like, Black people showing him how to take baths, how to wash up. They was putting perfume on. That's where you get oil of the toilets, toilet water, aka perfume. They created that. Why? Because they were stinky. They didn't feel it was necessary to always wash up. They probably couldn't. It's understandable. You look at the research and history of where they were living. But don't ever think that these people are civilized just because they put on some clothes and they walk around and they Diddy. Because remember, I just told you that they were, the women made the little bodice part, the little bouffant part, whatever it was, to add to their dresses so they could look like they had a butt. Why? Because this Black woman who had a big behind, all natural, had their men going crazy in a frenzy. So don't ever think that you are less than them. So dandyism, this woman says, the kind of dictionary definition of dandyism is somebody who studies above all else to dress elegantly and fashionably. But what does that sound like? That sounds like just what I just said. Because again, I never heard my great-grandparents, my grandparents, nor my parents say, oh, I'm going to get dandy today. No, what they would say is, I'm going to put on my Sunday best and don't get those clothes dirty. Because you would probably have to wear them again, maybe in the middle of the week for something, for a dinner or something. Okay. But you know, certain people get co-opted under the colonizer's way of thinking. And they think that they're accepted by being and having that colonizer way of thinking. But it's like, you forgot who you were. You set the precedence. You set the stage. They're just following suit with you. They are in awe with you in all your glory. And all you're doing is putting on your shirt and your tie, your trousers, your shoes, and your fedora hat, and you're making, going to make some moves. But you weren't doing that to dress up. It was fashion. It did look fashionable, but these people were not dressing up to be fashionable. And they weren't doing this every day. It would only be certain days that they did that. Okay. So she says, Again, the kind of dictionary definition of dandyism is somebody who studies above all else to dress elegantly and fashionably, in quotation mark, explains Monica Miller, professor and chair of the African Studies of Barnard College. Yes, of the Africana Studies. Who else as a guest curator, who also is a guest curator of the forthcoming Metropolitan Museum of Art's Costume Institute and Exhibition, which is MoMA. Also, who was a co-curator was A$AP Rocky, who's married to, or they're not married, but Rihanna's baby daddy. He's a rapper from Harlem. This actor, I forgot what his name was. He played in a lot of. I don't know if he's in Sinners now. I don't know. I forgot. Forgive me for I forgot what his name is, but he's a co-chair, and I forgot. There's like one more other person. And so I watched a little bit of the Met Gala, just, in clips and seeing things. And then I watched it with my son together. And, some of the outfits, we were like, oh, okay, cool. And then some of the outfits, we were like, you're doing too much. Too much. So when, in quotes, when the dandy is Black, we get to see the dandy as a figure that really encapsulates a kind of matrix of identity, race, gender, class, sexuality, and sometimes nation. Not the way they threw that in there, though, because, I mean, again, our forefathers and foremothers were not, it wasn't the sexist thing, it was classism. Yes, I could see that. If you were a lower class person, you didn't have a lot of money, you're wearing just what you could throw on. But if you're a big time person like St. Clair, Madam St. Clair, or Madam C.J. Walker, or Langston Hughes and Gab Calloway, and all these performers and things like that, Bumpy Johnson, you getting dressed up. You throwing on some furs and you're doing the damn thing. You're going down to the Savoy, you're going to the Cotton Club, you're going to all those infamous spots down there in Harlem, and you're having a good time. But there were some, like I said, women who would wear men's clothing because they couldn't get into certain places because there was still discrimination against, females. So yeah, you would have some women that were dressed up and doned. And I wanted to show you really quickly, and it didn't pan out on my thumbnail, but I wanted to show you in the Met Gala, you had Janelle Monáe, right? And you had Al Sharpton there. This is all at the Met Gala. This was the co-person. This is who I wanted to show you, was the co-person. Puffy's old ugly face. Here's the co-person right here. I forgot what his name is, but if anybody knows who that actor's name is, y'all could let me know. So he said he was wearing this outfit. It's the cape. But he was saying that because he was paying homage to the African people that came over here again. That also there was also some Black royalty. He said he was paying homage to. Then we have Tiana Taylor, and here's the cross-dressing. All right, we're just gonna call it that because that's what that kind of is. They're in men's clothing, and she had like a pimp outfit kind of thing going on, but she was wearing a suit. She had the big, coat, the zoot suit, the fedora, and then here's Al Sharpton and Janelle Monáe. And I think she has come out to talk about her sexuality, and she said she's pansexual. Just call it what it is, girl. All right. And so there she goes with that monocle around her left eye. Okay, that's them. They always showing you the signs of the symbols. They're always going to show you who they're paying their allegiance to. And they're wearing black and white. Again, when they wear those colors, that's their symbol. Just like if when they wear red, that's their symbols. Okay, that's all that Holly weird stuff. All right, so uh where are we at now? So we talked about Renaissance, we talked about, all right, and Puffy. So, with Puffy's case and things of that nature, I don't really want to talk about what's going on there. I'm just waiting for him. Like, what is he really? They trying to build a case, and they, talking about his sexual and assaults and things of that nature. And it's like, okay, well, let's get to why he's been indicted and what is he going to be charged with. You got the president talking about, oh, he made, that's my boy. I don't know, made part of him. What? You got Suge Knight. I just saw on the news something about Suge Knight weighing in on his. I'm like, shush, just shush, now. But Puffy is coming from that so-called Black excellence. His parents were, they were, in and around the drug deal arena back in the 70s. So he has like a very, his family has an unsavory record behind them. So, Puffy has been exposed to a lot of stuff, good and bad. I think and when we have to remember that everybody that I'm talking about right now is all entertainers. So they don't reflect our lives because we're not out there like that. So their world is going to be completely different. But we watch, so we're involved. And I saw Puffy coming along since 91. He was on the radar as somebody who was like, I'm not feeling him, especially after the City College fiasco that happened. It was under Puffy's watch. He got out of that one. But his family's life was definitely that of, gangsters and drugs and drug dealers and that pimp and hoe type, persona, fancy clothing, fancy foods, fancy, entertainment. And I'm sure he's seen some things that was like, okay, that's normal. But he wasn't really like them, like his family. He went to all boys high school, Mount St. Michael's High School in the Bronx. And you got to keep an 85. I go all girls high school, Catholic all girls high school. So I know you have to keep an 85 average or above to stay in those schools. And once you start dipping with your grades, they give you a little bit of grace period, and if you can't pick it up, they kick you out. That's what they did with me. So I didn't even finish 9th grade. I got in there, but I was also pregnant at the same time. So that's a different story. But you have to keep an 85 average to be in those Catholic high schools. And so he wasn't out in the street like that per se. So Puffy wasn't a street dude in that sense, but he's in the street. His family's in the street. They know people, but he wasn't out there like that. And he forged his way into the music world and was under the tutelage of Andre Harrell, who started Uptown Records back in the late 80s going into the 90s. And under that, they found Mary J. Blige. Heavy D was part of that. There was a big group there that was like my golden era, with Heavy D and Father MC and Jodeci came out, and Puffy was the A&R, so he was looking and recruiting people. But there's rumors about Andre Harrell being an unsavory type of fluid person, and it's alleged that something might have happened with him and Puffy. And Christopher Williams, who's another artist that was under Andre Harrell. So there was a lot of stuff going on with Guy, Aaron Hall. So a lot of weird stuff was going on behind those doors, that Puffy was a young man, and you know, you got to do certain things to get into that. Above Andre Harrell is Clive Davis, and we know what type. Well, we don't know really, but we can surmise that that man is right. So just think who he's under. So if Andre Harrell was under, not literally, but if he was under Davis, and now he's out of the picture, well, guess who now moved up in the world? Puffy, or P. Diddy, or Diddy, or Brother Love, whoever he wants to go by today. I know him as Puffy because that's how he came up. Daddy. I never called him Puff Daddy. I was always Puffy. So there's things that he was, you know, around in that world, seeing and doing and emulating, because let's remember that Clive Davis and them was having those type of parties that Puffy was having before it was a Puffy Hampton all white party, right? We got to go back to the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and remember that there was this man named Hugh Hefner who started the Playboy magazine. He was a writer, but he came up with the magazine, the concept for that, and blew up from there because he was having naked women in his magazines. He had the Playboy mansion, and they would have all kinds of risque parties in there. That was pre Epstein, Puffy, you name it. The bunny mansion was the it place to be, where they was doing all kinds of unsavory things. All right, and this man, you could see he looked like a creep. That's what you call a creep. Puffy would be a creep. What he's doing, what he did, that's creep. So yeah, it's always been around. It's always been around. The faces change, but the game doesn't. It stays the same. You just got new characters in to fill the place, to fill the shoes. And my sneaky suspicion is that Puffy pissed off somebody in that, because he was having issues with the Ciroc liquor company. And remember, Puffy was going to try to sue or counter sue them because he was going to try to say that they were being discriminative against him as being a black man. But they were telling him, yo, you weren't the label, you weren't the person. That's not your company. He was just the face of the company. Meaning whenever, anytime Puffy had a party, he was the face to Ciroc to pump that to the company. But the company said, you don't have no shares with us. He did something, I'm telling you. I wouldn't be surprised if that's where this is all stemming from, that the snowball effect happened, that he pissed them off or something, and they was like, yo, we want him gone. He's been a string along for such a long time. We don't need him. And I think the company wasn't doing so good either. So he was trying to, I don't know if he was trying to buy shares. I forgot what the story was. If he was trying to buy shares or he was trying to buy a piece of it. And they were like, no, you're not a partner. Like, you never was a partner. You were just a face. So he tried to go and counter sue and say, you know, they're discriminating me because I'm a black man. Well, Puffy, you done pissed off the wrong person, and now here it goes. So let's go lastly to Papoose and Remy Ma, Black Love. So here they go here. This is Remy Ma and Papoose. She's from the Bronx, he's from Brooklyn. And him donning their moniker Black Love. All right. Cool couple, beautiful couple. But remember, they're also entertainers, and remember that they had a show, right? Let's go into it. Remy Ma and Papoose, both rappers, got married in 2016 and have a daughter together. Their relationship, which was once celebrated as Black love, in quotes, has recently become the subject of public attention due to their ongoing divorce battle and accusations of infidelity. The relationship was also showcased on VH1's Love and Hip Hop, highlighting their family life and bonds. In 2022, rumors began circulating about Remy dating a different rapper, and their marriage seemingly began to unravel and move forward to present day. Over the last weekend, Remy Ma and Papoose were on Instagram going back and forth with the live, telling their side of the story to everything. And Papoose never really doing that. He's always been kind of like a quiet guy. As in regards to like really going into social media world like that. Goes to give a 30-minute dissertation, if you will, or breakdown of what was going on in the relationship and how he was paying for her, and he was so also if you didn't know, Remy Ma was also locked up for I think it was attempted murder, but she was in for like 7 or 9 years or something like that. So she was doing time. She was doing some serious time for shooting her best friend over money. So yeah, I think it was attempted murder. She did, I think her years were 10. I think they were giving her 10 to 13. I'm not 100% sure, but she got out in less than that. They were dating, Papoose and Remy. They were dating. But he was in love with her. And he said, I'm going to stick this out with you. Now, this is kind of unheard of. And this is why a lot of people during that time, we were like, oh, wow. You know, we're looking at Pat like that's a stand-up dude. Like he's what? We've never seen it. We always see women doing the bids with their men. But it's like, what? This man? So much to the point where he proposed to her while she was in jail. And he wanted to marry her. But she also was being realistic with him. Like, listen, don't sit here and wait up for me. You go do, you go live your life. You go do you. If you got to take care of some things and handle some things and let one off, then you do it. Right? And he's like, no, I'm doing this with you. He moved from Brooklyn and moved up because she was upstate New York where she was locked up at. And he moved to a town closer so he could see her every day. And she was like, listen, he said for a year, he was seeing her every day. And she was like, listen, you have to get on with your life. You got to pick up that music again. They needed money. And he was very reluctant with that. His world was her. Again, unheard of. Again, we would say that's Black love. Even though that's the struggle love. But like I'm saying, you don't really see that type of relationship, especially with Black people and people of this status. They're celebrities. And we've never seen anything like that. We've always seen, mob wives, sitting there doing time with their husbands, or just regular people, everyday people, men getting locked up and the women right there just going on the bus, getting on the Greyhound bus and going up north to see their men or going to Rikers Island. So for Papoose to shift that, paradigm, I mean, that was a big thing. It was a big thing. And, everybody was rooting for him, for them. The fact that he stayed, so supposedly 10 toes down with her through the whole bid. It was like, but things are starting to be exposed, and Remy's like, he was out there doing his thing. They held back a lot of stuff, and rightfully so. Like, we all don't need to know what they were doing in between, while she was locked up and stuff. But I mean, I couldn't. I don't know. I've never had that kind of situation for that long of a time. I had that kind of situation, but not for years. So I wouldn't know if I could sit around and wait for my spouse to come back home. But I'm doing all this, and in the meantime, I'm not. There's not anybody on the radar. I don't know. You know. And he's a man, so let alone, you know, his needs, his sexual needs and stuff. I mean, you know, on the outside, it looks like he was holding it down and wasn't getting involved with anybody. Well, you know, he said, she said, this is what's going on. The truth of the matter is that these two are still legally married. She said, and you know, Papoose, there was some questionable stuff there that was like he allowed this cheating kind of thing to happen. Not so much with the man, but he's saying that Remy cheated with the woman while he was there around her. So it's like, okay, you let certain things slide, but you didn't let that slide. And then, so he got into an altercation with the guy that she was supposedly having a relationship with back in 2024. And they got into a fight. He's been out of the house, but now he's dating somebody, and she's younger. The girl that the woman that Papoose is dating, and it's just bitter now because Papoose and Remy are going back and forth. Well, I don't think Pap is going to do any more going back and forth on social media. Remy says she's not, but you know, it was like a weekend of just them clocking each other on Instagram and having this showdown of who supported who. Remy saying, I took care of him while he was locked up. I mean, while I was locked up, I was paying for all the bills, the house and everything, because he wasn't working. So she was saying that she was using her royalties or something like that money to pay for the apartment that, you know, Papoose moved into closer to her. But she kept telling him, like, look, go to work. Like, you gotta get, you know, go back into the booth and get it popping. He's saying, you know, he was holding her down. I mean, it was just back and forth. And I think, honestly, both of them are telling the truth. I don't think one is lying about anything. I think both of them are telling the truth. They're telling their side of the story. I feel that they're both hurt. Papoose more so, because, you know, he really wanted this. He didn't have a great relationship with his first children's mother as far as, you know, getting married and doing the right thing and sticking by your wife or you know, invoking the vows that you take when you get married. It's not just, there are vows here. There is this, you sign an oath essentially that you're going to do X, Y, and Z with your spouse. So he's hurt. You know, some people weigh in that they may get back together. I think so. And then they may not. You know, because he's going around town with this little young girl and she's trying to chime in and stuff. And it's like, the mistress never says anything. You sit back and you quiet. Let these two hash it out. Because remember, you're still messing around with the married man, even though they're separated. Listen, you guys need to like let time heal and focus on one another and co-parent this little girl that they have together, than to go and have relationships and go parading each other's significant whatevers around town. Papoose is all on Instagram showing that they went to Hawaii or something, him and Clarissa. The ink is not even set yet with the divorce papers. And they out here, both of them. Remy Ma's messing with the battle rapper. But she wasn't parading around with him. She was at his house, supposedly, is what Papoose was telling us, that for Christmas last year, she was at his house and that Remy left his daughter and him alone in their home while she was with her boo thing for Christmas. But he said he wasn't really like messing with Remy. I don't know. Their story is crazy, but I think they're both telling the truth in some things. I don't know if she took the picture and posted it on Instagram, but he got a hold of the guy and Remy together in front of a Christmas tree. So Papoose, I guess, thought, well, you know, if she's doing it, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I could pose with my girl too now. And it's like, but both of y'all not even. And I think she said Papoose didn't want to sign the divorce papers because she's been saying, let's sign these papers. But he's been dragging his feet. And you got to remember, they're also a brand together. They came up with the Black Love, so they got, merchandise under that. I'm sure they got other things, underneath that together with their name. So, it's easier said than done, but it's like, damn, y'all quick to jump in other people's beds, but you're not even putting, stuff together that you need to do so that, all right, if you want to go ahead and be with this person, fine. But let's take care of this paperwork here and now. And I'm not sure. Remy Ma says she's worth more financially than he is. And I don't doubt it, because she's got commercial success, and Papoose is an underground rapper. He's a battle rapper. So, his success is a little different from hers. So, I mean, I don't know. Why would Papoose answer that? I don't know. You said, what is a celebrity? These people that I'm talking about. All right, so I'm gonna drop the link now. I finished, and I just wanted to set the stage and tell us, let us know what we were talking about here. And what do you all have to say about this? All right, I'm dropping the link. Anybody wants to come up, they can. Just remember, especially when we're talking about Puffy, be mindful about certain words, because, it's sensitive. Okay. So there's the link. I dropped it in the chat. If you let one slide, then everything on the table. Yeah, well, absolutely. So I feel like that's what Papoose is doing. Like, well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Let's see. So they got married in 2016, but they were dating way before that. And let's see. Yeah, in May 2008, Remy was sentenced to 8 years in prison after being convicted. Okay, hold on a second. Let me get this. This is from The Root, theroot.com. Fair use, copyright. So in 2004, the two rap artists were introduced by a mutual friend, DJ K Slay, rest his soul, he's passed on, at an industry event in New York. They immediately bonded over their passion of hip hop. Remy Ma and Papoose love story wasn't easy in the early years. In May 2008, Remy was sentenced to 8 years in prison after being convicted of assault and criminal possession. I had said attempted murder. So she's convicted of assault and criminal possession of a weapon for shooting Makita Barnes/Joseph. The two rap lovebirds got married over the phone while Remy was incarcerated. Despite serving 6 years at Bedford Hills Correctional Facility, Papoose stood by her side. After her release from prison in 2014, the couple quickly emerged as the hottest power couple, landing them a spot on the famous VH1 hit series Love and Hip Hop New York edition. The divine timing of the couple joining the show helped showcase their. She said, "Who's up with that idea?" In 2016, the couple renewed their vows, and 2 years later, they gave birth to their first child, Reminisce Mackenzie, also referred to as Golden Child. Whispers began to circulate around the rap couple. In 2022, mainly rumors that Remy Ma was dating battle rapper Easy the Blockchain. Reports claim that Remy and the battle rapper were seen out being cozy with one another. I stand corrected. So I was like, she wasn't out there doing that. Listen, I'm all for Remy. I like Remy. Whatever. Y'all can come out. Minikir. Okay, so reports claim Remy and the battle rapper were out being cozy with one another. I didn't see it, but then again, I don't watch these people like that. And that Remy has started using her maiden name at some places. According to Papoose, the rumors turned into a rift between Papoose and Easy having a physical altercation at a battle rap for getting too close with Remy. Remy took to X to issue an apology to the participant. Why Remy? But rumors that were all wasn't well within the marriage of infidelity accusations began to fly. In 2024, Remy called out Papoose for allegedly dating boxer Clarissa Shields and various women. From then on, things started to get messier. Remy also shared with the public that Pat had requested numerous times that the couple file for divorce. It was back and forth. She didn't want to do it and he didn't want to do it. So now they sitting there looking silly. Remy says, sad to say, Remy Ma is a narcissist. She chose to cheat repeatedly. So this is Papoose going on Instagram talking crap. Adding more insult to injury, Pat calls out his estranged wife for being a narcissist and doubled down on knocking out the battle rapper over shaking his hand and sleeping with his wife. Shields also offered to take their online quarrel to the boxing ring to fight. She's saying Clarissa Shields, who's dating Papoose, said that, hey, why don't you come to the ring and we'll fight and we'll duke it out to Remy Ma. Something, I don't know if I think she's like 23. Please sit to the side and let this married couple figure things out. You don't need to be in there talking about, oh, I'll come and fight you. And I don't know if Remy has said, she's alluded to certain things about Clarissa, but she's never called out her name. But again, you the mistress, or you the girlfriend, or you the side chick, you're the rebound, I don't know. But you sit back and let these people deal what they do defending your man when your man is still legally married. I don't care if he's been separated for 2 years. He's still legally married and he has an obligation to fulfill until those papers are complete. All right. So in January 2025, Remy Ma finally breaks her silence on the rumors surrounding the relationship with Easy seen performing a rap battle where he confirmed the romance rapping, "Hey yo Remy, he says, "Hey yo Remy, don't you love me?" Off came the loop with their relationship. Papoose files for divorce. After sharing that he had filed for a divorce, he took to Instagram Live accusing Remy of keeping their daughter from him since their split in 2024. He also claims that this was betrayal, accusing his estranged wife of being unfaithful several times since her 2014 prison release. The media quickly picked up on the matrimonial drama, including him calling Remy miserable and creating a narrative to be manipulative with their situation in public. I mean, this is a mess. It's a mess because it's out live. Wally's in the building. Let me get Wally up here.
Hey, how's it going?
Salute, Wally. I just wanted to finish that. What's going on with you?
Man, nothing much. But
all right. What are you talking about?
This right here, this mess. Another L for the culture, as they say. Another L for the culture.
What did you say? You said you gotta help the culture?
No, I said that's another L for the culture.
Oh, right.
Because when all those when they going back and forth and shooting they shot at the whole situation, and everything, it just became a real spill of mess. It's like, I always say this. This is more than anything else. Like, you know how they say when you drink liquor, the truth tends to come out. It helps to build the truth out, or any type of secrets. In this case, when beef comes out, just know this: 9 out of 10, mostly whatever they saying is more likely the truth. Just know that for sure. Just know that for sure.
Who do you think is telling the truth then?
I think both of them are actually exposing out some truths, but that's my thing. The hard part is the fact of what is being exposed out, right? Because I think what Pat Poose talked about, he was writing for Remy, ergo meaning that Pat Poose was the one facing Nicki Minaj at that point, ergo meaning technically Nicki, you didn't really lose because someone was ghostwrited for them. Take that shot. On the other hand, then she talked about the whole Black love persona. You know, Pat Poose was out here selling the Black love persona, and this is what he was hell bent on. And you already know how the community is when you over here try to keep up an image, but it isn't what it really is in real life, and you're trying to sell the image. It's like you're faking the funk just to keep it nostalgic, and it's like, all right, this is not what it is though.
Right.
And that right there is a constant reminder of people when they end up hearing that. That's like a constant reminder of saying like, yep, this is what we're talking about. And that brings more desensitization because it's already bad enough. Because we sort of seen it with the whole, the Kendrick and Drake thing when Drake threw it out and did something saying like, oh, you out here trying to free the slaves. And it's like, you singing like you trying to free the slaves. And, and then now this one's like, oh, well, you over here promoting this Black love when in reality, this is what it really was. And I'm like, ooh. So at this point, it just very, how they say, that's why they say, everything in the dark came to the light. And I'm like, ain't that a bitch?
Absolutely. What about when we hear about the term Black excellence then, and with what's going on with Puffy?
Well, as far as the diddler, I mean, honestly, I really don't care at this point. He's pretty much used as what people like to sit here and saying bait for distractions of any other things that's going on, or in this case, well, for me personally, just in the form of entertainment, I just don't care because we already know what Diddy is. Like anybody could have told you this a long time ago. Like Diddy is a piece of ish. Like okay, congratulations. Like okay, whatever. I mean, I ain't gonna hold it up. But from the side point of the ex, now look, when the ex, I think it's the ex attorney or someone that worked with Diddy once upon a time, she told her to get out of the relationship with Diddy, and she was like, "Well, Jay-Z's already taken. Who else I'm gonna freaking date?" When I heard that, I was like, "Wait, what?"
Wow. Huh? Wait, who said this? Clarissa? I mean, the Casey?
Yes. So when she said that, I was like, "Huh?" I was like, "See, you was always looking for some high-rated ticket." Now so I'm like, "Bro, you can't make this up."
Right.
You can't make this up. That's all like, all right, you know what? This is a sham. Yeah, this is definitely a stick up. I'm like, all right, I don't care no more. It's a stick up. It's like this is all shit. Both are
so Brother Maybach has said they're both wrong, but never heard Pep cheating though. Right. Yeah. So they are both wrong, but I think that they're both telling the truth about their sides. It's not one-sided. It's not, we're just not hearing about Remy. We're hearing now both Papoose coming out. I really was, I was like, why did Papoose do that? Because he's not really like that. So I'm like, why would he come out and speak on social media and do like this 30-minute? But I think he felt like he needed to clear the air because she's been going on a rant.
No, I ain't gonna lie. My honest truth of it is, he know he had to do PR. He know he had to do it, and that's my thing. It's like you got to think about it. Because when Remy came onto the scene and did what she did, notice one thing: Remy was sort of calm and collective, and you got to think about it. when people start spilling things, you got to think about the body language. And she was sort of calm and collected when she exposed what she exposed. So I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, for you to be calm and collected at the first strut, yeah, you probably telling the truth. And then Papoose is like, I didn't do damage control. And it's like, yeah, you just fumbled it the way you just came in. I'm just like, yeah, she probably telling the truth on that. Because like, if it wasn't the ideal truth that she's selling, then it's like you would just want to never came. It is what it is. Keep moving.
Yeah.
So
and they're both wrong as far as like with the infidelities, but then you got to look at their whole relationship as a whole. As you said, it was a persona that they put up this love, but in actuality, it was like a struggle love as well. That they were, yes, it's black love because they loved each other in that regards, but it was a struggle love because, you know, no sooner after they got, you know, getting to know each other, she gets locked up, and they have most of the relationship while she's in jail or in prison rather.
I mean, I wouldn't even call it struggle love, honestly, because the problem with it is, because I always say this, right? When people think about struggle love, I wouldn't think about struggle love in that position. Because yeah, granted, yeah, Remy was in locked up and everything else. And of course, Papoose had to deal with all the other stuff of handling business outside of it. But at the same time, unless because let's be honest, if they weren't struggling, if Remy was already taking care of it with her royalties, all Papoose had to do was just be out there as an artist. I mean, granted, now I don't know if he had anyone else to help with the kids per se, for him to even consider that. Then it's like, okay, we didn't have no one else. It's like, well, then you couldn't really work on the music, because at the end of the day, it's like, okay, dropping music is one thing, but then eventually it's like, okay, well, is there going to be a tour behind that or what? You know, so there's a lot of consideration on those things as well. So a lot of big things on that.
Well, she said that because they have a child outside of their relationship. So what she has an older child, he has an older child. I think he has like two other children. And she said, I had my son she was like, when I was locked up, my son was staying with my mother. You chose to, you know, stay up here, and I was telling you, go do you. And they didn't have the baby yet. So when I say struggle love, I mean like that being locked up, that's a struggle. Like having your significant other locked up, like that's what I mean, struggle love. But I hear what you're saying. Hold on, let me bring Ronan up here. We got Brother Maybach in the building. So Brother Maybach.
What up? What's going on? What's up,
What's going on?
Just chilling.
What up? What up? Wally, Foxy, Maybach. Oh, Maybach. I got you on Instagram.
What?
I'm just twin on Instagram. I sent you a message.
How you send me a message? How?
On Instagram, yeah.
You sure? My page is private. How you send me a message?
You have to accept the message, but it's Deuce Twin.
But what's your name on there, so I know?
Deuce Twin with 2 I's.
Deuce Twin?
Yeah, DEUCETWIIN.
All right, I'll do that. In a minute.
What's up?
Yo, this is my spill on it, right?
Go ahead.
I feel like they both wrong, right? Them coming on social media to air out their grievances or whatever, that tells me like there was already issues, right? And they used the situation to air each other out in front of each other's audiences or whatever, right? So people could pick a side. I feel like Remy's a little more wrong for the simple fact that this man held her down, right? We never heard nothing about Pap. No females ever came out. And, you know, we're in a thirsty era or clout era to where, you know, a female would have been put him on blast. He held her down, right? So I fought her more for that. Second of all, you do a rap battle thing to where you hire these battle rappers. This man, like Papoose said, this man shook my hand. You think if Pap knew homeboy was sleeping with her, he would have ever shook his hand? So to me, that's just grimy at the end of the day. And they married. If the marriage was already over, whenever Rem was trying to say it was over, there's steps and there's ways that you should have went about it. So that way you could save face. You understand what I'm saying? And be like, you know what? I know people that broke up on real bad terms. I'm talking about worse than what they going through. Nobody knew about it. You had to be in the inner circle to know what was happening. But to the rest of the friends and family members, you know what I'm saying? It was just, oh, we divorced. Hey, so what happened between y'all two? We outgrew each other. They make excuses. So people don't, you know what I mean? They don't want to air each other out. So family members and close friends don't
Right.
start, critiquing. Because you know how it is. When the truth comes out, like, let's just say if I was married and I really tell my family members what she was doing, she cheated on me, this and that, they're gonna look at this woman different now. That
Yeah.
respect level is gonna drop. You get what I'm saying? So if they went about it that way, that would have been cool. Now I'm not saying Papoose is right for that. I'll say this, like you said, Foxy, earlier. He's not known for going on social media and doing what he did. There's certain people that require the same energy, and there's certain people that you don't even give the time to. You just detach and keep it moving. I felt like the way she was slandering him, he had to do
He
that.
has to.
You,
Yep.
you you get what I'm saying? He had to
I
do
don't.
that.
I don't think he had to do that. I think he had to say nothing.
No, he didn't. He didn't have to. He still could have won. But what I'm saying is, you know what they said. When it's someone that you don't know that is slandering you and lying to you, it doesn't cut as deep. But when it's someone that is close to you, someone you got ties to, someone you was holding down, whatever they saying, even if it is lies, bro, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna affect you, man or woman. It's going to affect you. So that's why he did that. So me, I try to again look beyond what they projecting and what's on the surface
I
level.
think that two MCs shouldn't get married.
Bro, I
Well,
you
can
know,
we really call Remy an MC at this point if Papoose was writing?
and
She got
let's
an
go.
MC's. Hey, why she got an MC's ego?
Well, she always had that. She
She
always
always
had it.
had that, but my
Correct.
thing is, as far as like in all perpetuity of just being that is like, okay, you're not the writer, you're just the executor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you
You
just
know,
a speakerphone.
you said what?
What's that? What do you call that? What do you call that? Bullhorn. She's just a bullhorn.
He's just a
Pretty much.
bullhorn.
Yeah, that's it. But
Um,
the audacity of her with no talking points to get online and talk that talk.
And
He
let's
should
not
never answer.
let's not forget too, Fat Joe and Papoose fought, and it was all over how him and Remy Ma and Fat Joe fell out. Papoose was holding her down there too. What if it went the other way?
Yeah.
What if it
And
went
she
left?
was like, and he was saying, you need to, bury the hatchet with Fat, with
Correct.
Joe. Yeah.
Correct. So you know what I mean? And we already know Fat Joe is a slime ball. If he didn't pay Big Pun's wife, and you know what I'm saying, she had to take him to court. Like this listen, man, these stories about some of these celebs is not new. And it's kind of like we touched up about it
what
like
are these
before
celebrities?
Huh?
I have to keep saying that. Like, what are these celebrities?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Wait, Mel. What is a celebrity?
You said when is a
You
celebrity?
said, what
What
is a
is
celebrity?
What's a
Well,
celebrity?
Okay, well, a star or whatever. Whatever y'all want to put the title
Mel,
label on.
don't sugarcoat it, man. What for your conspiratorial mind? What is a celebrity, brother?
You already know the answer to that, man.
No. A celebrity is an influencer or anyone
There you
that
go.
gather enough they got enough influence to turn
Mhm.
people the wrong way. Now they don't have to know that that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, but a lot of the masses don't know. They
But
idolizing and worshiping. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
But the thing
Go ahead.
is, this is my thing, right? But this is the reason why I say what is a celebrity, because it's like, okay, think about it. From the definition standpoint, a famous person.
Mhm.
But now but from the bottom end standpoint, it says a state of being well known. Let's be
Correct.
honest, all of us are celebrities because we
That's
all
a
are
fact.
well known.
That's a
That's what
fact.
I'm like. What are we talking about here?
I'm not well known.
I call myself a
someone
famous
knows
nobody.
you.
Yeah.
You know
Exactly.
me, and I know you.
Well, and that's my whole point. Oh, hey, that's Wally. Oh, yeah. I know who he is. I know that.
But that's only on the internet, Wally. Like if you
That's on the internet. But my thing is, either which way, regardless of parts, what I'm saying is, we treat these people like they higher than thou. I'm like, who is these celebrities? I don't care about none of these people. All people to me, they all the same level. They only just got different dollars.
Yeah, they know that they know they're human like everybody else, but people don't look at them like that. And I think their main job, whether they know it or not, is to influence. And now you got to do what they say, or they'll take the bag away. Look at Kanye.
That's why I said. That's why I said. As far as we go, we're not worshiping and idolizing, but a good percentage of the masses, especially the young-minded people, are worshiping them. And that's the crazy thing, that even in the 90s, when I was listening to rap and all of that, yeah, I might have some favorite rappers, MCs, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Pop singers, whatever you want to, whatever. I never idolized or worshiped these people.
But
you get what I'm saying?
You had to be influenced somewhat, depending on your age, by these guys.
No, I never really was influenced, bro. Never, not by nobody. Like
Okay.
Prodigy's my favorite rapper.
Okay, top 5. Can I ask him his top 5?
I was influenced. I'm gonna say that, like, Tupac influenced me.
I would say
rappers, Black Moon and stuff like that. Wu-Tang, I was influenced.
We didn't know better. We were young.
Yeah, but we didn't idolize though.
Well, yeah, but
no, I was not idolized, but influenced. Yes.
Wally, what's your top 5? What's your top 5? I'm from the West, so I'm curious.
Well, I'm from the South.
I'm not asking in a competitive nature, but I would love to be in New York when Black Moon was out. Oh my God, that summer had to be bomb.
What, with Black Moon?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a bomb summer. It was a bomb summer in LA when they came out. Don't front. I know what got you open.
What? And then Mom D, the Shook ones, when that came.
Oh yeah.
In the club, we was losing our mind.
Oh, on the West Coast, we were nuts over that too.
Havoc don't get enough props as a producer, man.
Right.
Like, they don't talk about him. It's always Dre. You hear Dre #1.
Yeah.
And then everybody else, Pharrell or whatever. But come on, Havoc, Pete Rock, Primo. Yeah, Premier is another one. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can even say RZA too. When you said Wu-Tang,
right?
RZA was behind all of their production.
Yeah, Fourth Chamber, boy, never leave rotation. The Fourth Chamber.
Correct. But you know what I'm saying? But like my top MCs, I won't go 5. I'll just go 3. Rakim.
What? No. Give me 5, man. Don't do the service show.
Listen, I'm just gonna give you 3. Rakim, Prodigy, and Nas. Those are my guys. Maybe I'm East Coast biased. I'm not saying no West Coast guys ain't good, but I'm just giving you top 3. That's
we was young. We grew up on the streets that we walked on, and I can understand that. But what's yours, Wally?
Wally's probably busy.
What happened?
Don't be indecisive like Maybach. Give us your top 5.
Wait, what are we talking about right now?
Top 5.
Dead or alive?
Yeah.
It could be dead or alive. Since
Wally's from the South, he's gonna say 2 Live Crew, 69 Boys.
No. Well, they're not even on my top. Respectfully, they're not on my top 5 though.
Nah, I'm just messing.
Laffy Taffy.
He said Laffy Taffy.
8 Ball MJG.
Hold on, my top 5. Okay, hold on, wait a minute.
Hear from the youngin, man. Respect.
You wasn't born in the South, Wally, because you don't have a Southern accent at all, brother.
I mean, yeah, but Florida is considered still the South.
Oh hell yeah!
I know, but I'm just saying you don't have a Floridian accent. Is all.
I'm Caribbean, but okay.
You remember that Poison Clan out of Florida?
Remember, Maybach, I'm Haitian too. So
okay, yeah.
But I was born here though, so that's why you probably don't hear that like the same way.
Yeah, I think that's news to me. That you Haitian. They know I'm the president. I'm the prime minister, man.
You be talking Haitian all the
time. Yeah. I'm a
South of Feather Bay. Or whatever they say it.
Wait,
have you been sipping yet? Or is it morning time over there?
Listen, man, that's his fluid. He always sipping. When ain't he?
I'm cold. Only come online if I have a little oil in me. Otherwise, you don't hear from me.
Hold on. Give me a moment. I got to think about some names.
Old head is a little civilized right now.
When
No,
ain't he
that's
sipping?
a Haitian I
That's what
learned
you
from the
should have
cut.
said. That's what you should have asked him. When ain't he sipping, Foxy?
No, I like sipping. I tell people like, this is the real me. I'm not, trolling.
Nah, we know.
We
We
respect
know
that. Andor,
you.
I was like, where is Andor at? Brother Andor's in the building. Salute.
You do be trolling, Roden. You be trolling, man.
Yeah, I
You
just
be
want to change
trolling.
my name. I can come to a serious channel and talk, but on my channel, it's
That's
not going
old
down like
head. That's old.
Yeah. Yo, he
He's
don't
the
answer
king
to it
of
because yesterday,
trolling.
listen, we was on shots. You was on shots, DMW shots live yesterday. I said, "What's up, Ronan?" He did not answer me at all. I'm like, damn. What he
oh,
got?
Probably was stiff.
no, I wasn't on DMW Shots channel. I
Huh?
was on Control, and I was on. I did 2
No,
lives.
I'm saying I was on that live. I said I saluted you yesterday. You didn't say nothing. I said, damn.
Oh, Control.
Yeah, I thought, huh? What you say?
On Top
No, I'm
Shots
talking about
channel.
on shots live
I never
yesterday.
been on. I never been on Top Shots channel.
I didn't say top shot. I said shots. His name is DMW shots.
Oh, DMW Shots.
Yeah, I just say shots. I call him shots.
Don't think like that, brother. I'm a big fan.
Nah, I know, but some people when they change their name, it's a new identity, it's a new persona.
Yeah,
So
yeah. But if DMW Shots go into the building, I might go somewhere else to go take a break or go pee or something. I do not come back.
Foxy, I thought he was on that Prince. Remember when Prince called himself the Sign? I thought he wasn't answering to Ronan no more. So I was like, yo, salute Ronan. I didn't
Man, I
hear
remember
nothing. I said, damn. I said,
Man, come
what?
on,
I
man. Be
didn't hear
Well,
nothing
logical,
to
he's
that
man.
grown
man.
and now he's
Be
got
logical,
still
man.
old head.
Yeah, he got too
You one
many
of the most,
names, man.
hey
He
man,
got too many
1804. You're one of the
aliases.
most logical people I've ever met.
You said who? What?
You're one of the top 10 most logical people I ever met,
I'm in the top 10? Oh, I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate
bro.
that.
Nitty Fuller #1, so you on that list, okay?
I'm still a little upset. I think I should be in the top 5, but that's just me. That's just my
Well,
opinion.
keep going,
Oh,
brother. Keep going.
here we
Where's
go.
Foxy at? Where's Foxy on this list? I want to hear this.
Top 10. I don't know where in the top 10, but I'm in the top 10.
Give us your top 5.
All right,
Oh,
so
wow.
Wait. We didn't hear Wally's.
yeah. So okay, this is my top 5, but this is no correctable order or anything. I'm just throwing it up there.
And this is Dead or Alive.
Right. So I got Pac, I got Kendrick, I got Ice Cube, I got Outkast, and what was my other pick that I had? Oh, DMX.
Okay.
So hold on. You got Outkast both of them as duos, or
Yeah, that sounds.
I'm pretty sure I put a group.
I wasn't talking about a rap group. Just a different category, but go ahead.
nah? He said it already.
I mean, is it Andre 3000 and Big Boy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
both.
said Outkast. I didn't say one of them as themselves.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
granted, if I choose just one, then of course, then I'll just
Top 5 groups to me is a different category. So
Listen, man, stop being difficult, sir. All right, Miss New York, let's hear yours, Miss New York. We know
right,
Pac is number
so
one. We know
Pac,
Pac is in there.
Rakim.
Yeah, of course.
Or Pac, Rakim, who was the other one? The other 3. Old Dirty Bastard.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Mr. Osiris himself.
Yeah. I want to say Big Daddy Kane. And
your last one.
My last one. Oof. Who's nasty like that?
Nasty Nas.
Nah, I'm not a Nas fan. But Nas does have some rhymes. Oh my goodness. I don't know who my 5 would be. My 5th person. Come back to me. I'm stumped.
No Jay-Z? No Jay-Z? No Biggie?
Hell no. Hell no.
Jigga Man.
Yeah, I don't
Dang,
like
but it'll come back to me. But those are like the main. Yeah.
Yo, did you say yours, old head?
Oh wait.
Oh wait.
I'm gonna have to go West Coast is Too Short.
Too Short? Wow, over Ice Cube?
Yeah.
Talk about all around, Foxy, not East Coast, West Coast. I mean, that's a whole different.
Yo, man, listen.
No,
brother,
but that's when we talking about
5.
rappers. We're not talking about from the West, East, South. We just saying who the rappers that we like.
Yeah, I'll give you my top 5. Okay.
Go ahead.
Now look, I don't care how you feel, but Number one, or I can't even compare him to anybody. That's KRS One. I'm not gonna compare him to anybody. He's the
He's my father.
he's above comparison, right? Then I got Machiavelli, not Tupac.
He said not
Machiavelli,
Tupac.
not Tupac. Machiavelli.
That's an
Q,
album, brother. That's an album, man.
Q,
You mean Machiavelli
Rakim,
the Dawn?
Machiavelli, the name, and his underground shit. Like the struggle
Okay.
continues. You know what I'm saying? Everything they owe.
Okay.
You heard that, right, Mel?
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah, you know, I know it's like the uncensored.
Yeah.
You know, Secrets of War, all that, right?
Yeah.
So I got Machiavelli, not Pop, and then I have Cube, then I have Rakim,
Hmm.
then I have Melly Mel from Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five.
Stop it, man. You
And then I got then,
serious?
and then I got Deltron, the funky Homo sapien.
Oh, he's dope.
Deltron
Yes.
3030. Deltron 3030.
Yo, but that don't push me, cause I'm close to
No, no,
the
no, no, no.
head.
Yeah. That's fire, right? You weren't born in when?
Yeah, I was, man. What are you talking about?
No,
I'm
no, no.
close.
Me
We
and
were
Foxy
in
was
diapers. We were in
dancing.
diapers at that time.
Me and Foxy was dancing, and you was in diapers. That's
No,
just not.
me and Maybach are the same age, so we
Yeah,
Oh,
were in
y'all
yeah.
diapers.
youngins. Oh, y'all
We
don't
know
know.
old head. Nobody's old as you, man. We know you
Y'all
was
don't,
young.
no, y'all don't understand. Even a child can understand Millie Mills verse with Beast Street.
So
Nah,
nobody, it's crazy. Nobody picked what's Biggie Smalls either. So y'all got it.
I
That's
mean,
not.
He's in
have
my
you
top
heard
10.
Is he
He's
in
in my top 10.
song? But
I
there was
mean,
a lot of
corrupt.
bars that were zesty.
I mean,
Is he in the top 10
Biggie,
for anybody?
it's like
Oh no,
Biggie corrupt.
he's in the top 10, but those are a lot of zesty bars he had.
yeah,
Very.
that's a fact.
We
Yeah.
didn't pay attention to them.
Zesty bars. Like,
Again.
like, you can't really. Yeah, that's questionable.
You never heard of them kids, have you? Have you, Wally? You never heard of them kids, huh?
We say that one time.
Oh, you never heard of them kids like Melly Mel or Deltron
I
3030
heard
or
of Melly Mel. I heard of Deltron. Now I haven't listened to their music like that deeply, but I know who they are.
check out one called The Agony.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I want to spin the block back to the topic at hand really quickly. And I'm gonna ask. I think I asked Wally, but Maybach. When we hear the words, and then I'll go to Oldhead. When we hear the words "Black love" and "Black excellence," what does that look like to you?
Well,
Because I'm sorry, but before we go into that, because this is what's been spewed to us when we see the Harlem Renaissance. We see, oh, that's Black excellence. Puffy's always talking about Black excellence. Papoose and Remy Ma, Black love, Black excellence. So what does that look like for you all? Then I'll go ahead, Maybach.
well, I'm gonna give you an intelligent answer. The first one will be according to the Black Law Dictionary. The word "black" means dead.
Well, yes,
So,
of course. We're using.
dead. Go ahead.
I didn't ask that part yet. Oh,
Go ahead.
what, Wally? No, I was saying I said we were going to use the words black and white today. Flag on.
Okay. All right.
So-
Flag on the play. All right. What does that mean to me? I mean, it's still I feel like some form of it, but it's really like watered down now. As far as Black excellence and love, and you know what I'm saying? It's really watered down. I think our generation is like maybe the last of the Mohegans on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And stuff like that, so but hey, I still have hope, for that and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Very nice. What does it help for black love or black excellence?
Well, for both. For
Okay.
both. But we still getting crumbs off the table. You know what I'm saying? We getting crumbs off the table and stuff like that. I wish we could take it back to those times, where everything was respectful. Sisters was being called sisters and brothers was called brothers, and all of that good stuff. But I guess they according to what the masters say, Papoose and Remy was the last of the Black love. You know what I'm saying? Remember they was promoting that?
Right.
And he got called out on that too by Remy. Remy was like, "Oh, you was faking it for VH1 and all this other stuff," and And I look at it like, damn, they
Oh,
could
they
have
was on
made.
that show. They was
Huh?
on that show, huh?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
they
yeah.
were.
Correct.
Mm.
But yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Okay.
Well, we all have deal breakers.
Oh,
I don't care if you love someone or not. Someone get on drugs or something, and that's a deal breaker, right? You gotta leave. You gotta take care of your kids, your family, etc. Right?
Correct.
I don't know what they do or don't do, but what I do know from that situation is that if anytime a black person airs their dirty laundry, the subject of black love is going to come out because so many people are going through that.
Right.
So the subject comes up, but I had a question earlier asked in the chat. I want to ask Milk Maybach.
Okay, well, let me get to the rest of everybody. Let me get Wally's input before you go back to Maybach. And what does Black excellence, Black love look for you? What does that look like in the scope of your world, Wally?
So, well, I know Maybach was about to give like a very hyphenate technical term.
I know. I was going to. I was like, no, we're not going to do that today.
Yeah, because I was gonna hit it with a different one. I'm like, oh, you could have hit it this one. I'm like, damn, you could have hit it right in the heart. I was gonna hit it right in the psychological punch because if you actually say the word black, because I remember someone threw this out to me like way back, and I was like, if you actually listen to the word black and actually look very closely and just separate the B from the rest of the word, what does it really say? Be lack.
Okay.
Right. So it's like, just realize that you be lack something. I'm like, oh hell. But yeah. So there you go. When you look at black love, aka you be lack love, black excellence, aka you be lack excellence. Yeah, it's all as they say.
What would you prefer to be called?
I mean, no, I'm just saying, like, regardless, what are we stuck with these titles?
Like love is love, right? But black love itself could be, just the name itself could be foul. Is that now you're saying black love is separate from any other kind of love, which it was at one point.
I mean, yeah, I say it like this: everyone has their own pronunciation of how they like to see it, give or take. But if we had to just, if it's me and I'm idolizing what is quote unquote black love / black excellence, well, from a standpoint of black love, it would be, as far as examples, I say Ice Cube with his wife. I could say Method Man and his wife. As certain, just a few people, out there in the world. Why? Because what it meant. I remember someone had posted this, right? Because they asked this question, like, Method Man, I think, has like 20 plus years with his woman. Like, how do they keep her strong?
Yep.
Right? Yep. You know what he said? He says
he's nice.
Private.
Yeah, keep it private, man. You got a beautiful woman.
And that's my whole point. It's like, if no one else is investing about it, then keep it private. Like, keep it going.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I had an argument with my homeboy about Travis Hunter.
Who was that?
That's a whole nother case. Travis Hunter is a football player that just got drafted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Number
the one without the prenup?
He did not get a prenup.
No. But everybody's saying, she, because of her body language, this and that, like she's yeah. Can you explain it? You do it better than me.
What do I believe, like, as far as what Travis Hunter said?
Well, they just recently got married. Everybody's saying, no, man, he ignored all the red flags, but that's who he loved, and that's who she loved. They're young, they could work all that out, but she got to stay off camera, period.
So, I mean, look, honestly, I say it like this: they all got to learn eventually, right? He will learn his when it comes time.
Yeah, but if they get the right advice, they can grow together. This and that. But if
they ain't no really right advice. It's neither you are that person or you not. That's how I look at that. Either you are.
Yeah, I think you're too young to make that decision. Personally,
huh?
I wouldn't get married till I was 30, late 20s or something. I would not get married, none of that shit, if I knew better.
Well, yeah, but I'm not even saying I'm not even speaking from a standpoint of age. I'm speaking from a standpoint of just looking at it for what it is. It's like you can just tell, like, just her movements, her body language, all that. It's like she's not really in that for that.
Yeah, but she may be, nervous because she's on TV. We don't know. She probably cooks for him every night.
I don't even look at it from nervous, even from other situations. It's like, again, let's be real. If you don't know this, she's a video vixen too. So you can't be nervous going on TV, but you're not nervous being a video vixen. Okay, no.
Yeah, okay, you're right. You're right. You know what? You shut me down. I am wrong. You are right.
So I mean,
that's another perspective that I didn't know about. So
yeah, well, but that's why I'm like, I was trying to leave that alone. But either which way,
if
it goes up or down, that's on them.
Yeah, all her friends is in her ear how to get them.
Hey, I mean, honestly, he was already
watch.
He was already
right. But I'm probably 95% wrong on this. I think you got it right. I know she's a video vixen, which means she has certain priorities.
Right.
She ain't that cute.
She's not. She got all that makeup on that makes her look cute.
Yeah, we got another Remy Ma coming because, I'm saying he's gonna leave somebody. He gonna leave with somebody finer, or she gonna try to get him in some way. And you hear about Zion Williams?
You know what? I ain't gonna keep swinging all to these heathens, okay? I ain't gonna be swinging to all these heathens and what they got going on. But look, that's my example on. Well, you know what, matter of fact, let me pinpoint this. Everything that the brother's saying right now, because I can't see his name right now. Those are the examples of black trauma. That's the example of black trauma.
Yeah, it's not black love. That's some kind of What is this thing about big ass titties, money, and cars?
It's called
Whatever
you do at that part, you got to tame her. It's not easy.
It's entertainment, but if you earlier I was mentioning that the pale skinned Europeans back in the 1800s, they when they were doing their little slave trading and stuff, they took one of the princesses from Africa, from South Africa, and they named her Sarah Bartman, and she had this big voluptuous behind and some big boobies, and they were looking at her like she was this anomaly. But the women were starting to get peed off and pissed off at their men because they were just eyeballing this woman, and they started to cater to their outfits and make those little poofy backsides and make it look like they have big butts during the Victorian era. So they've always had this infatuation, and I think remember when remember when these parties were happening, like I said, Hugh Hefner and the Bunny Mansion, that's all these white men, that's what they were doing. So all that sex, drugs, and rock and roll and all those strippers type stuff, that was them. Then the black, we use black and white today, is that the black people were in on seeing all this and adopted that way of life into their culture as
well. They didn't have a black magazine for that.
Yeah, but it didn't matter. So these white people influence black people to then go ahead and get part of this pornographic life. And that wasn't them before. Before that, there was this thing of this, like Maybach said, respect and the way you dressed and
decency.
Yeah, decency. And so now
can we also wrap that in culture?
We had that before Playboy, yeah.
Can we also wrap that into the idea of culture?
Yeah.
It's sad what they did to Sarah Bartman. You know, they returned her body like I think last year.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, a few years ago they returned her body because it was at a museum. It was at a museum for years. You know, so that's sad. Which they, nasty work, like you said. I heard they would have her like kind of like at a what they used to call a parlor back in the days, and like you said, these European men and women would go up and touch her body and get turned on and start doing some freak offs, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. Yeah, I think Umar broke it down. He talked about in depth, like, huh? Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying he's always at the forefront. Sorry.
You know what I'm saying? So I was like, wow, that's crazy what they was doing to that woman. You know what I mean? Like how they just was like view her body. People would pay to go watch her. You know what I'm saying? Stare at her. Imagine that. You're like chained up, and people are just all around you, looking at you weird, touching all over her body, and all
They
of that.
sent her back because she wasn't making any more money for them, and that's fucking
Yeah,
pathetic.
but bro, they captured her like she was an animal from the jungle.
Yeah, but
You
Mm.
know
where's
what I'm
her
saying?
decency? Where's her decency for, you know? Hey, this is I don't want to get into that. Go ahead. I'll tell you. Hey, I'll tell you because Maybach here, man, he like firing me up. But there's a I don't forget what college it was. I gotta go back and look. But
Mm.
they were taken out of a skull of an African woman for centuries.
Yes, I heard that.
Yeah.
How
Well, did
about
y'all
that?
hear about the professor at Harvard? Him and his wife, they was selling body parts and stuff, and they just got
What
convicted.
the
Yeah,
fuck?
it happened out here. Yeah, they got so he was the manager of like that the science department or something, and they
Mm.
was selling
What is wrong
it's
with these people?
yo, it's crazy. They were selling all types of body parts on the dark web.
Who
And
are
there
the
is no
buyers?
law, there's no law set in stone and in place for that on the
Mm.
dark web. And they
Right.
still didn't even write a bill for it. So they were
Who are
selling
the
all these
buyers?
body parts to all these different people. Matter of fact, there was a shop, I think, down in
It's
Florida.
other people that look like them that's the buyer. Who else would be the buyer? We ain't
Uh,
buying that shit.
oh
Yeah,
no,
but
no,
who body
the guy
parts?
and his wife that was doing it, they
Oh, who's the
melanated.
body part? Go figure.
The guy who was the manager of the department at Harvard, him and his wife is melanated. They was selling, yeah, they was selling skulls,
See what I'm
all
trying to
types.
tell you? See what I'm trying to tell you? It's always the ones that you least expected that'll sell you out.
Wait, they belong to that cabal though, because they're at Harvard.
Right, right.
It's probably in a fraternity.
And whose body parts were they selling? Where did they come from?
Mm.
That's the real question. Who
You know,
are these people?
it's sad we all know the answer stereotypically. And
Right.
chances are we right.
Hmm.
Mm.
So let's be honest, man. Slavery was a Satanist paradise.
You said who?
Slavery was a Satanist paradise.
Who's that? I never heard of that name.
If you lived during slavery,
Oh, okay.
it is a paradise for the Satanists.
Oh, okay. Got you.
They could sell you. They could cut your body parts off and sell that. They can do all that shit.
Correct.
Mm.
Correct.
Running wild on the public, right?
Well, that's why they said I learned what, maybe 4 years now, that
Mm.
why we shouldn't celebrate New Year's, because what they would do is they would break up families and
Mm.
basically lock them up somewhere around Thanksgiving, and when New Year's come, that's when they would have the sell-offs. You know what I'm saying? So they would separate the husband from the wife, the children, all of that, and sell them on New Year's Eve and New Year's.
I
Well,
got a
they're
nigga
they're
for I
they're
got a
fake New
nigga for
Year's,
Christmas.
huh?
I got 2 niggas for Christmas.
Stupid.
It's true.
Negroes, man. It was Negroes or colored back
Negro.
then. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Man, I'm just putting it in their terms. But you know what? They come out of that and they think that's power. It's really I mean, from a spiritual scale, that's pretty weak.
Correct,
Mm-hmm.
correct,
Yeah,
correct.
there's
That's
no,
why
so people talk
it's
about
white.
morals and where are people
It's white
morals.
inferiority, not white supremacy.
Bro,
Oh yeah, I've been on that
bro,
Navy Fuller though. I go to sleep to Navy Fuller.
bro, those Europeans and the ones from the Caucasus Mountains, they the wickedest ones, man. They want to say we are, but they the ones who was doing all of that. You know what I'm saying? All of that wickedness. They was doing
Isn't
it all.
racism? Isn't racism making you a certain way so that they can shine? Like you're making accomplishments and all this shit.
Mm.
I mean, racism is Satanism because
It is.
there's no limit to what they will do. And they say, "Oh, I was just racist." They even put
Right.
motherfucker in jail, like George Floyd. They put him in jail to hide the Satanism.
Well, it's all an occult anyways. It's an
Mm.
occult. You know what I mean? All of that's an occult anyways.
Yeah, you know, all Masons are Satanists. They started all them churches and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're hiding out in the open.
Yo,
You
Foxy,
can't get,
what
What's
happened in downtown New York? I heard they set someone like on fire. Did you hear about that?
That was in Colorado, sir.
Oh, that was Colorado. I thought it was New York.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah. He got arraigned the next day. He put him for the front of the line.
For
But
real?
What?
there's a war going on between them
What you
folks
say?
and black people need to sit on their hands through this shit.
Yo, listen. I don't mean
Like
to
the
switch this
Ohio,
up.
the Cincinnati issue too, where the son, the cops were running after the son. They said, "Oh, he had a gun.
Oh
He was pointing at the cops," and then
yeah,
but
yeah.
and
That
then
guy
the
had a
father
right.
goes the next day or the same day rather, and goes and runs down a sheriff.
Yeah. The
Black man.
guys, the cop that did that had a Crusaders cross on his arm.
Hold on. Let me ask y'all a question, right? Not to switch up the subject or whatever.
Yeah.
But like I've been asking, last time we was on MREC, I had asked him to ask
Mm-hmm.
Gene. Remember to ask Gene Deal. I don't know if you still was on that live. Did he see Diddy? That's my thing. Is he really in the courtroom? And is it really him? Because we all know now Trump. I don't know if y'all seen the Trump tweet that he put out recently saying Biden's been no longer, basically Biden's been unalive since like 2020, but supposedly he's been unalive since 2018. And somebody basically was, cosplaying or wearing the mask and stuff. So remember, Amina was talking about all of this. That's why I
Right.
asked, when was the last time we saw Diddy? Did anybody see him being arrested and being taken into the station? You know what I'm saying?
It's footage of that.
Huh?
It's footage of that. I didn't watch it, but it's supposed to be footage of that.
I never seen it. I've been looking for footage for that. I didn't see none.
I've seen it, and he was about to go try to catch his private jet to somewhere or something.
I mean, but was it really him? This is what I'm saying. Just like they said, the Jamie Foxx that's out now ain't really him. You know what I'm saying?
And then he made a movie called I Tone Tyrone.
Correct. Same thing with Kanye. Kanye said, "Yo, if I go away and I come back, just know it's not me." You get what I'm saying? Like these things is being revealed now. Again, people could call it conspiracy all they want, whatever. It's just again, I like to ask these deep questions.
Well,
Forget
how
about
they
the
do these
case.
things? How they do these things? How they do these things? Made back is that it's all the secrets of ancient Egypt.
I mean, of course, everything comes from some ancient civilization. You know what I'm saying? They just run into plays nowadays. But my thing is this. Again, if it's you and I, they're going to show us in court. They're going to show cameras, have cameras in the courtroom and all of that. But why, when it comes to certain people, we get in. Go ahead.
The situation with his case is that it's a federal case and it's in New York City downstate, and they don't have
They don't
cameras.
televise it. They don't televise it.
That's why you're getting a sketch picture
Okay.
of seeing him. But yeah, no television because it's a federal case, and each state can do that. They can have it televised or not.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because I was gonna ask, did they do that the same thing for the dude who blew up the building in Oklahoma? The pill guy? Did
that's
they
in
do that?
Oklahoma. See, but that's a different state. Like
No, I'm asking, did they do that? Because I don't remember if that was.
I don't know, because that was like in the 80s, late 80s. So I don't really remember.
I forgot his name, but I had posted
Now
it on
with
my.
OJ was the state versus OJ. So
Correct.
they had the cameras on, but this is a federal case. Same thing with R. Kelly. R. Kelly was in New York for RICO, and they didn't film his. Well, I don't think he went to trial here, but he did have a court case. They didn't film that either.
Okay.
So,
yeah, it would make sense.
if there's actual like real footage of somebody seeing Puffy, like maybe I don't know if Gene Deal got to see like go in there and actually see him.
Correct. Because I remember they were saying they brought all of the some people upstairs in a whole different room and they was listening to audio. Like that don't even make sense to me. I would think there would be a TV monitor in that room. You get what I'm saying? Because I remember when MREC covered the first one, and some guy called up and said, the people that couldn't go in the courtroom, they brought them upstairs to a room and they always listening to the audio. And to me, that's kind of like I'm questioning all of that. Like, okay, so there's not even a monitor for them upstairs.
No, well, why would it be? Because they're not part of the case. They're not jurors, so they don't get to see all the video footage the way the jurors would. And these are people that are just outsiders looking in. So yeah, they would have the audio. And remember, again, it's a federal case.
Yeah.
So it's gonna. We all was like, "Well, what happened?" But when the lawyers kept saying it's a federal case, you're not going to see this on court TV.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
But why wasn't the Epstein one blasted like this much? That's my question too.
He's federal too.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is there wasn't this much coverage till after the fact that he supposedly was, he unalived himself.
Man, they bought that man some clothes. He put on his suit and walked right the fuck out of there like the president. And then when they go to
these are all federal, and they're in New York, so we got to look at each state what they allow and what they don't allow.
And you know what's so crazy about the Epstein one? The first time
P. Moses in the building. Salute my brother P. Moses.
The first time he went to court, they let him walk out, and his condition was he's supposed to check in on the weekend only, but from Monday through Friday he gets to go to work. Like, come on now. Like,
who gets to go to work?
When Epstein, first time Epstein went to court, they gave him his deal was from Monday to Friday he gets to work. He's outside living his life.
Escaped in.
And then on the weekend, right? And on the weekend he had to check in. Like, I mean, let me give you an example, right? There was this pale guy who hit a kid and unalived the child, right, while he was driving. And his deal no, that happened out here in Boston. And his deal was he had to check into prison every weekend. But from Monday to Friday, he went to work. That was part of his deal. And I was in there. This was in the 90s when this happened. Yeah. Yep. That's the first time I ever heard of a case like that. So,
Maybach.
Maybach.
It's these Masons, man.
Yeah.
They put a Mason card and they can do that.
Correct. Or they something else, or they part of the J community or something. I don't know.
Illuminati. It's Illuminati straight up. You call it what you want, but all that is Illuminati. Mm-hmm. I know this guy that knows this guy who knows this guy. You better not mess with this guy, so you better let this guy out.
Correct.
I don't give a damn what the media say.
It's always about who you know. It's not what you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
especially when you got that good paid lawyer. You know what I'm saying?
That part.
What the hell are where them cars going?
That part. So I'm gonna just wrap this up because I just wanted to like have this quick conversation as far as
not enough. It's not enough, Foxy. We want more. We want
more to it. It's just like, when we see these kind of things, especially when we hear words like Black excellence and and why is it separate from white excellence? Is there such a thing as a white excellence? Well, we only say
I think that they quit stealing Black excellence. We ain't got to say it.
Well, the thing is that it came about because of how society was treating quote unquote Black people. So they had to carve their own niche into becoming, society.
Yeah, every Black History Month, I learned something new. Mm-hmm. And that's really, man, it's fascinating and sad. Because somebody always stole the invention. The lady that cured, what is that? I'll get it right. Leprosy. Look that up. It was stolen. A Black lady who died early.
A lot of things.
To cure the leprosy. But you go to AI, they ain't gonna tell you that.
Of course not. Google ain't either.
You Google AI. You already know what it is. 1804.
We invented everything. We invented everything and get no props for it.
Hey, please talk to me, y'all. But I'll be on my show, man. I kick knowledge about 5-10 minutes, and then I'm going to my bullshit, right?
You sure do.
I'm there.
Foxy said you sure do.
He goes right in. I gotta go clean the bathtub. I'll talk to you later. You ever get your little cat baby?
Hey, you the most light-skinned person I know. Salute. And you so pro-Black.
You better shut up.
Fine ass. Yeah, you try to dumb it down, boy. You know what you can do if you wanted to, and I appreciate that.
What?
You could come up here as a 10.
At 10 o'clock?
Yeah, you can, but don't do that because you keep it real, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's levels and lanes that I go into after a while. Be like, okay, I need to step away from the levels of. Oh, you know what?
When you get tired of the nags, you know what you can do.
Yeah, I'm gonna come through. I see you. I saw you. You've been rocking out for the weekend with the dumb shit.
Yeah, I don't kind of mind. I don't do current events and topics like that on my show. But the reason is I just want to blow steam.
I know, and that's everybody has their lane.
Oh yeah, and cuss out trolls, cops, psychiatrists, or on and on and on and
on. He said trolls, cops, and psychiatrists.
Yeah, he has to regulate somebody. Some little young kid was calling me what he called me shorty. He was like, don't talk to Foxy that way. She's a woman. I said, I got this. I'm gonna handle it. You could call me ma'am, miss. You could call me Foxy. Because he was like, you coming from? You live that.
Young kids coming on the panel, call me shorty.
Boy, I put his arms and legs up if I was there.
This was on your on your channel.
Oh, I was there. Was I cognitive?
You cussed them out.
Oh, okay, all right. Let's make sure.
He was like, you don't talk to her like that, and he really wasn't being disrespectful, and I had to handle it. But then this opponent comes in and starts regulating. I'm like, I got this. Don't relax.
All right. No fuck.
I'm gonna sit down and regulate everything.
He's part of 213. He's the regulator. Regulators, mount up.
Foxy from the dirty. She know what's up.
But I wanted to ask this Maybach because I saw it when we were on MREC's channel and people were saying, I think you had also said it in the chat too, that these are all distractions. People were saying this is a distraction, calling saying everything that the puppy things is a distraction. And I'm like this. What are we being distracted from? Can we not multitask and realize what's going on out there, or only can we focus on one thing at a time and that's the distraction?
You can, Foxy. You can, but not everybody else. Everybody, listen. Like Wally said earlier, I do feel like they push this on mainstream, on social media, while real things is going on. Whether it's the weather, whether it's things in other countries. Look at that good African young dude. Look what he's doing in his country. Why ain't that being promoted much more? Why ain't that being talked about? You get what I'm saying? So I feel like it is a form of distraction, but I get what you're saying too. So I get both sides of the spectrum.
Yeah.
I can understand what people say is a distraction, but at the same time, it's like people are paying mind to the diddler. If people are paying mind to Remy Ma and Pat,
correct.
Whatever entertainment is like, that's what they're catered to. It's like that's what they go to. That's their niche that they tend to go to. That's their bubble that they tend to go to when they want to get away from life itself and stress. Most people are not going to search this. It's like whatever's out there that most people are distracted from, it's because they don't care.
Correct.
Not because they don't care, but the fact that honestly they don't take mind.
Let's just admit it, man. We are distracted from the truth.
That too.
Racism and Satanism, we're all distracted from the truth because as soon as you turn on that TV or this YouTube, before I get to Foxy channel or Maybach channel or Water channel, I'm going to hear what they got to say first.
Yeah.
They'll send you a new channel. Hey, have you seen that Bustamante dude? CIA dude?
No.
Andrew Bustamante. I used to watch him, right? He took a lot of good shit, but he don't know he's being used as a CIA puppet. He don't even know that. But he gives a lot of information, but I can't watch him. I used to watch him with one eye, then I try to watch him without looking at him. I said, look at hypnotizing me.
Yeah, crazy.
Hey, The holder pale horse was a CIA agent. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or Bill,
What are we talking about?
Bill Cooper.
So he said, yeah, Bill Cooper.
Bradley Cooper.
Now, Bill Cooper authentic.
Bradley Cooper's the actor.
Not Bradley
Bill
Cooper.
Cooper, yeah, Bill Cooper is they call
CIA
him Bill
agent
or
that
William or Bill Cooper.
William
You
Cooper.
know,
Okay,
yeah.
what? Yeah, Bill William.
Yo,
You know how they
listen,
do.
man. He was ahead of his time too, man.
Mm.
Bill Cooper, man, he exposed everything. That's the
Yeah,
first person. That's the first place that I learned that, paying taxes is optional. I learned that from him first. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Another
Yeah.
thing is Steve Coakley. You heard of him?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep, great researcher. He taught me how to research and look up things and like that. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I'm like,
cool.
what is the distraction? Because here, all four of us know stuff, and this stuff has been out. There's nothing. If you don't know that there's wars going on, that there's, they're messing with our food, our water. What else is the distraction? I mean, what else is it that you feel?
You're gonna be. You didn't feel overwhelmed when they control everything and putting everything in.
Yeah, so you gotta watch
advertised.
something to dumb you down so you don't get overwhelmed.
Correct. But see, Foxy, those people that you're talking about, they'll tell you, well, CNN didn't say it, and that's who their source is. You get what I'm saying? MSNBC
Yeah, and
didn't
CNN
say
is
it.
right, and they're liars too. Tell Live Vision, right? We know
Correct.
that they don't even put the right stuff on either.
Why is it a wildly popular show on regular TV, like in Living Color back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, but I feel you though, Foxy. Like what we're talking about, like me, my algorithm is different because I turned off the search thing to where like they give you the algorithm or whatever you search, they'll give you that. Like mine just turned off. It's been like that for 5-6 years. So when I turn on YouTube, right, I'm getting all of the people that I subscribe to's live. Like say how you was live, you know what I'm saying? I found out you was going live. And then when I went on IG, I noticed you sent me the link. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like I control my algorithm. It doesn't matter what I search. Whenever I shut off my YouTube and I turn it back on, I'm only getting all the people that I'm subscribed to. So I don't get the nonsense. I see what's going on and I hear what's going on. You get what I'm saying? Again, I'm a person, I want to learn something. I want to be enlightened. I want to learn something that I can use in my real life. Talking about Diddy or watching the Diddy trial is not doing nothing for my life at all. You know what I'm saying? I get it. Some people need the entertainment. I could go watch a comedy stand-up. You know what I'm saying? If I need some entertainment.
I heard a YouTube professional speaker say, like a pep talk guy, one of them guys. He said, when you see something on that's sent to you, you gotta ask why are they sending me this?
Yeah, but there's a thing though too that says, "Are you interested?" And if you hit yes, you're gonna keep getting those type of feeds on your algorithm.
I ignore those.
Yeah, same thing with IG. IG does the same thing. Are you interested? You can either accept it or not. If you do accept it, it's only gonna send you that type of stuff. It's kind of like
and that is okay. I look at what we're doing right now as an intelligence gathering app, right? So when they send you that, it's sent by a computer.
Of course.
So
it's also studying you. It's studying your data and everything that you watch. That's why I shut all of that off. There's settings for that, whether it's on Instagram, YouTube. Bro, when I do it, I don't remember how I do it. Like I did it for my iPhone because my iPhone got updated, and the new update for iPhone is now the AI intelligence. Now it's reading your thoughts and all of that.
I'm shocked.
You could shut those settings off.
I'm shocked that someone. I'm shocked that someone of your stature has an iPhone.
Oh, bro, I didn't get this phone. I mean, I was team Android for like, I don't know, over 15 years. No, for real. The iPhone was gifted to me last year. You know what I'm saying? Because at the time I needed a phone. So, it was basically gifted to me. So I was like, okay, cool. But all my other devices are all Androids.
Oh, yeah. The man sent you that phone.
Who?
The man himself sent you that phone.
Bro. Nah, bro, listen. If I was to turn on the camera, y'all would see all black. I got the tape over it because these iPhones, every 5 seconds, they taking the picture, facial, the picture facial recognition thing. So me, I'm like
That's
that. I
why I
do it
don't
from,
like having iPhones.
yeah, I do it on my smart TV. I put a black tape over the camera part. I do it. Listen, man. Listen. If y'all see how I live, you
That's
be
an
like,
Eric
oh,
Snowden
okay.
game, but that's
Huh?
Eric Snowden game, right? Back then it worked, but now they got cameras everywhere. As soon as you leave your house, you on camera.
No, that's right.
If
Just like a
anything, you have
Tesla.
smart in your house, any Alexa and all that stuff.
Correct. Oh, I don't never use those. I got Siri on this phone. I shut all of that off.
Oh yeah,
So
we
they're
got
not listening to my convo. And if they are, oh
Mm.
well. You know what I'm saying? Like I said,
they were,
I'm looking out the window like Malcolm with my little
yeah,
friend in my
yeah,
hand.
but yeah, because
Right.
AI got more misinformation that we could come up with as humans.
Oh, listen, you know what they got now too? Well, they've been had it in Cali because everything always starts in Cali. Is
It's a testing ground. It's a testing ground. Now you got Bloods and Crips everywhere. You're right, sir.
when y'all driving, right now they posting cameras on like back roads and all of that. They said it's to read everyone's plates, but what you think they doing? Gathering information. So now when
Yep.
this camera takes a picture of your license plate on your car, it's giving them everything. You get
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
if you do something wrong, someone in the suit comes in and say, "I know everything you went. I know where you've been. I know where you."
Correct. Yes.
AKA tracking. They
Correct.
they just following your tracks every which way you go.
Correct. I shut all of that off, bro. I got all of that off on this iPhone. I got all of that off because I follow two men. One's a pale guy, the other one's a melanated. They both tell you whatever phone you got, Android or Apple, how to shut the mic off, the settings, all of that. Like when I get off of this StreamYard, my mic's gonna go back off. When
Yeah,
I
but
had to come
yes,
up
yeah,
in here, I had to allow. So everything is
Exactly.
off of everything is off of permission for me. Even
I
my
think it's
ads, even the ads too. I don't
Mm.
get no more ads anymore because I just learned how to shut that off. So now they
but
can't send. Yeah, listen, man, I'd rather live this way than to be just saying, "Oh, I don't care. They listening anyways." And no, there's ways you still can maneuver through the matrix. I be telling
Right.
people, but hey,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
you know,
And if you
What I
can't
want
get
to
off,
say was that
honestly,
oh,
can't. So I know we were talking about this before on my channel as well, brother Maybach, as far as like, getting coming out of the corporation and becoming, sovereign and being your own person and things of that nature. But
correct.
my thing is, and this is why I've been wrestling with this since 2019, because I've been trying, getting my data about it, and I've been telling, talking about it here on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
But I'm still operating in the matrix. So it's like, how much, yeah, you can come off of it, you can come out of it, but how much of it can you be remotely removed from it if you're not like in the woods somewhere? You know what I mean? Like, I think like you still have to be in the matrix to conduct business and do certain things.
Yeah, but you got the right to travel. You know what I'm saying? You'll have a
You
private like
do.
I said, I have a homegirl that I've been cool with off of YouTube just as long as you. She's
Yeah.
she did all of that process. You know what I'm saying? She's still going through it, but she's at the last phase of her process. Like I
Mm-hmm.
told you, when she gets her passport, it's gonna have stars on it. Our regular
Mm-hmm.
passport don't have that. She's gonna
Right.
have if she gets pulled over for every minute after a certain amount of time, the police
Mm-hmm.
officer have to pay her and stuff like that. I did a live on my channel about it where I took a video where this guy got pulled over, melanated brother got pulled over. They was
Mm-hmm.
checking all his paperwork. He gave him all his paperwork, and then next thing you know, they was like, "Oh, you're free to go." He said, "I've always been free, sir. That's why I was giving you all my documents." So it liberates you in a lot of ways. I get what
Mm-hmm.
you're saying,
he had
but
to
you
say
still,
that, but okay.
but again, unless you commit a crime or something, other than that, all these laws does not pertain to you. If a cop gives you a ticket, that cop has to pay for that ticket. You get what I'm saying and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
I think the law is just to handle your misfortune.
You said
That's it.
what?
It's a money scheme.
Yeah.
Oh, you had a misfortune. What happened? Oh, you're gonna need this. You're gonna need that. You're gonna need this.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, what you talking about, like
I mean,
a nationalist?
the law is not what you think it is. It is just to exploit your misfortune. Oh, you got in a car crash. Oh, this happened to you. This happened to you,
Mhm.
and they run you through their program.
So Ronan, what do you think about being a nationalist as opposed to being a chattel slave in the corporation?
I'm an
Because
expat.
you outside of the country.
Yeah,
So.
I'm an expat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I got a few more years here, and I ain't coming back.
There you go.
Okay.
Win,
There you
lose, or
go.
draw, and I came up with that when I was a homeless vet. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, we come in to live and build on your land, then, brother.
Oh yeah, see how that goes. But I done ran now in the middle of making your nest.
I seen your livestock, sir. You
Oh,
living
good. How you seen that and you're not sub to me? Send me a
What you
message,
mean I'm
man.
not sub to you, brother? You better go check your thing, man. I'm sub to you. What are you talking about,
Yeah,
sir?
To my
I've seen
Instagram.
them in the live.
Listen, bro, I've been in the bushes, man. I be watching, man. And
Mm-hmm.
a
I
matter of fact, I
appreciate that.
wrote in your chat. I saluted you. You was going in. You didn't even pay attention.
Yeah, he don't pay
Yeah.
attention. He's
I
on
got
his
one
live.
eye on it.
Matter of
There's
fact,
one
I'm gonna
eye
tell
on
you the live what it was, right? I think you had took people's moderate what you call it again? The moderator wrenches. I think you had took it and you was like telling everybody. You was like, yo, F this, F that. You was going in and then you was like, hold on, let me get another drink. And then I seen your livestock. Yeah, you had you had either a picture, a still picture of your livestock or whatever. I was like, oh, he's doing good. I was like, that man's doing good over there. You
Yeah,
know?
Yeah, he
a month,
don't pay attention to
a month,
his people in the
a-
audience. He don't never he be having these rants about.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
people
Yeah.
ask me to rant, so I do it. I would never rant.
Crazy
You
man.
better get paid for your rents, your rants, man. You better ask for some cash apps for them rants, man.
I can never be monetized.
Time is money. That's it.
Exactly.
I can
So
never
you
be
can get some
monetized.
more livestock. Listen, if these people in the certain sector just be going in on other content creators, and all you hear is, yeah, I just got $50 donation from such and such, and I'm like,
Mhm.
this is content, but hey, you might as well start doing. Hey, I need more chicken, guys. Come
Yeah,
on,
yeah,
you know.
you're right. Because I did a show. I was me and King Troll did a show. King Troll
Uh-huh.
Complaint Department, and I went on King Troll, and that got 360 views. Where I only get usually 100 views.
See, there you go.
Because you and King Troll came. Shout out to King Troll, KT. Blizz, not Blizz, 183rd.
Cussed him out yesterday.
I
I
bet you
can't catch up with you all because I have to decompress from all types of social media and just go watch some little movies and scary shows.
I'm in the Philippines, man. It's really easy to unplug.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, what is your take on being a national or a nationalist? Because you have experience being outside of this corporation, being outside of the United States, living somewhere else.
Oh, this is what I was going to ask. Maybach and Foxy and Wally.
Yeah.
Are black people in the United States critical of anybody that has a culture that comes to this country?
Are they critical to what again?
To any other race that comes to this country, or they see as a foreigner, or that came after them?
That came after them. Are they critical?
Are
Yeah.
they critical? Are they critical in judging them because they have a culture and you don't?
No, I don't feel like it's that. I feel like they're critical because they're getting benefits and they're not.
Well, more part is benefits, but they're also getting ahead because they have a culture
Mhm.
and they know how to. They already know how to get now. While we're tethered to white people.
I mean, honestly, but that's the thing, right?
We come out of slavery. They came out of slavery a little bit sooner than us. They have a culture. And while we build our culture in the United States, they're throwing everything on top of it, from everything from LGBTQ to any kind of what do you call it?
Groups?
Yeah, but let's be honest.
Behavior. The private behavior is thrown on us, but they're the ones that's doing it. When I say they, I mean the people in charge of the world.
Like Foxy would say, the powers that shouldn't be.
Right.
Exactly.
I was saying
it's not even power. They still is power. They're using
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Yes, there is this critical a bias and prejudice, I guess, for foreigners, but also people here have culture. It's just not being recognized
People
because
here
of
don't.
how
People in the United States don't have culture. They don't. The culture is, in my
you're
opinion,
suppressing it. They're suppressing it. All the indigenous tribal people that have been here way before colonialism have culture, but it's been suppressed because the powers that shouldn't be come over here. And what did they do? They took over these colonies. They took over the tribal areas. So now you have these new foreigners that are coming over here. And in actuality, those colonizers that came over in the 18 or 1700s that formed the 13 colonies, they were Europeans. They're foreigners. So they don't have no culture.
yeah, but they were probably even on no white supremacist shit. But the people in charge built that. It's Satanism, man.
I mean, it is.
Because
But what I'm trying to say is we have to get out of that mindset of we don't have culture here, because the people that were here first and foremost had culture.
which
It's
it
just,
is, yeah.
yeah,
But I'm
and
talking about
that's why we're. That's why. Go ahead.
black people don't have a culture. As we build it, they're throwing everything else on top of that. But people, other places,
Remove the
they already know what
words,
they're doing. Yeah, so black people kind of get jealous of that and they feel left out. But some of that is as a result of them not having a culture. And Malcolm X said, if someone's doing something better, if a group is doing better than your group, find out what they're doing. And he didn't mean that in a malicious way. You feel me, Wally? You feel me, Maybach?
Yeah.
He didn't mean that in a malicious way. Find out what you're doing, because we don't have that.
I mean, look, I would say this because I'm sort of like what on a sort of fence of what Fox is saying is like I won't say someone don't have culture. It's just the fact that when people are just like when you pretty much like unalive someone's like identity, you don't get to show that. It's not even known. It's not even remembered. It's not even fascinated. Of course, let's be honest. Thanks to the new era, the new wave, which one of these young bucks keeping the old culture of their people? Nobody. So, I mean, when you really think about it, it's like, yeah, granted, yeah, you can sit here and say, well, all the islands got their culture. Yeah, but guess what? Why? Because a lot of the people that are still in their country, they still have that because that's their material clothing that they have. So, of course, they're going to keep living like that. So, of course, we could sit here and say they have their culture because no one else is suppressing that culture.
Hey, man, can we agree on what the definition of culture is?
I mean, shoot, if I had looked up the definition, because I mean, what you think culture
clothing,
is?
food, your religion, or your belief system,
your location, your this and that, right?
Yeah.
But culture in the Taoist text says culture is what you do and don't do during times of difficulty.
You know what? I like how you said that because based upon what's on the dictionary side, they say the arts and the other manifestations of human intellectual achievements regarding collective. And then on the second one, customs, art, social social institutions, achievements of a particular nation, people, and other social groups. And then, of course, the last one on a biological stamp. Okay, I'm not even gonna worry about it. But even then, it's like just looking at those few informations. It's like, what do you do as just like imagery? How is that all set within a visual sense, right? And I think again, it goes back to the same thing. It's like when you look at the visual sense of what's going on here. If you can't get a visual, of course, it's easy to sit there and say, "Yeah, you guys don't got no culture." You know why? Do you know why? No? Okay, then shut the fuck up. And that's the thing.
And if we don't have a culture, why is the rest of the world emulating so-called black people, black Americans?
But that's my thing, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, they see what they allow to let breathe, but the other things that you don't allow to see, that's what I'm saying. Like, so again, if they were to see and say, oh yeah, black people do have culture. We over here inspiration y'all. I'm like, oh yeah, but that's only a few things. I'm like, yeah, exactly. It's a few things that you're allowed to see. If you can't see the rest, why not? because they don't want you to show that stuff. And that's my whole point. Like, if it's buried, don't ask the question. Actually, do the research and find out if it's actually out there. Because you ain't asking no question. And I think that's like some of the more like things that tend to happen, because it's easy for a foreigner to come over here and be like, "Oh, you got all these nice things. Why are you not doing well?" But then it's like, because why? Because they look at their condition. They're like, "Well, wait a minute. I'm over here in my condition, and I'm like, man, I'm over here on the bottom, but you over here." I'm like, "How are you not doing better?" Right? And they think, "Oh, because you look like them in some form of facets because of skin tone, and they think you should be doing better. In reality, you're doing poor." It's like, but that's the problem. If you're not here, if you don't understand the living conditions, you don't understand what's been done here, then how can you blame? And you can't.
And you know what? You're right, because the only way that gets out is through music.
And yo, shouldn't people wake up when they seeing a government basically taking care of outsiders? The outsiders get the jobs that these people don't want, right? They don't want these jobs, right? Whether it's for fast food chain, janitorial type of jobs, whatever, right? These people work, they make their money, save the money, and send it back home. And their houses is 10 times bigger than a house that's out here. So what's that telling you? So if a person who's not from here can come here and advance, right? And they get a little boost and they take that and run with it, why can't you do the same? See, that's the problem too. People be complaining. Again, y'all know I'm American born.
Wait. I like that you did that, because in fairness, I would agree, right? Because again, if you don't know like how it's set up over there and how they got it over there, 9 times out of 10, it's way easier for a foreigner to just come over here and be like, just travel the money back home. And then their money is already, and then they're already good back home, what it is over there. Because all you're just doing is taking this money here, making sure you clean up whatever you got over here, and the rest back home.
Correct.
But in Haiti, $1,000 is how much money in Haiti?
1,000, I think it's what, maybe like something like 100,000 in Haitian good or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
So I think that I was in the Philippines. $1 is $55.
Right.
I couldn't tell them I was broke. They was like, bullshit.
Right. See, but that's the thing. I think that's a different climate. So it's like,
I got 2 cars in the house out there.
Yeah, but I honestly, ultimately, all in all, I just think it's because of mindset. It's like, that's the thing. Because it's like, again, like, even from the standpoint, like, okay, you could be a foreigner and come get money and services and everything else, right? And then a foreigner be like, well, why y'all at the bottom? Because they'll be like, hey, I just got all this. So why you down here? Why you at the bottom? And that's the problem. They think that, because they got that, everyone else must have got it here too. No, that's not how that works. You don't know how things work over here. So it's like, again, if you don't know how it works over here on this land, how can you expect it to be anything different? Let's remember, if Haiti, Haiti been taken over by the French, and I literally looked at a video where when you really think about what happened to Haiti and how they pretty much funded almost the whole country around the world, you have to think about this. Like, don't think what happened to you can't happen to somebody else. Correct. And that's technically what happened in America.
And you know what? And they need to wake up to that. They need to wake up, because that can happen to us.
Yo, you know how many people I'll see that'll be like, oh, I don't care about the Ukraine and Russia war. That ain't affecting me. I said, yeah, it ain't affecting you today, but 5-10 years later, guarantee it will. And that's the thing. Again, it starts with certain people's mindset. You know what I'm saying?
The thing, maybe you gotta think about it. People will say
I got a show for y'all. I was sent this by YouTube. It was called Mindset Elevator. Check her out. Mindset Elevator. The chick lives in Canada, but she obviously grew up in the United States and went through hell from her own people. But she went to Canada, whatever. She got married, have a good life. But the name of her show is Mindset Elevator. You will be impressed.
Yeah. Well, send me the link in the.
Huh? Yeah, no, I'm gonna tell you, man, that like, it's easy for them to say like, oh, whatever happened in Ukraine and amongst the Russians and stuff, that war, it don't affect us. It's easy to say that because why? Because they don't get what's pretty much there. Because again, if America has some type of partnership, why do they have a partnership? What are they getting from there that we technically transfer over every other time, ship back and forth? What resource are we getting from them?
Wally, Wally, first of all, they couldn't sell the war. They couldn't sell the war because they came off as racist, rude, you know, and most of their public left with the threat of Russia. They can't sell the war, so you know they want American blood to pay for it, but they couldn't sell the war to us. None of those people talk about
if they could sell the war or not. The reality is that's going to be them problems. I mean, let's be real here. I think honestly, anytime when they talk about quote unquote war, air quotes for those that can't see me because I'm down, but for the idea of war, let's be real. If there's always money behind war, right, as they always say, then again, what is the situation about war when it's really just money? It's all scams, really. You're just sacrificing people just for your own bull crap. I mean,
how long has Russia and U.S. had proxy wars like Afghanistan, Croatia, shit like that, where they're using one side has Russian weapons, one side has U.S. weapons. Ukraine was supposed to be one of those, but it didn't work out like that because, first of all, the war is closer to Russia than it is to the United States.
Right.
Second of all, Russia has nukes. I mean, there's a peace treaty deal tomorrow, but Russia gonna attack their ass with something serious. They're gonna up the game. They got some nasty shit on their way because I watched the war and just a few days ago, maybe Friday, Saturday, Ukraine came into Kazakhstan and hit Russia's like some deep targets in Russia, destroying bombers with drones. Right? They do a lot of drone warfare, right? And they figured that the drones were manufactured in Russia. You put them together there and then launched them. So Russia's response is going to be more power. But it's supposed to be a peace talk.
Like you said, supposedly a peace talk.
Right.
Yeah,
and I want to just add this to the plate. And I don't know the source, but when foreigners come over here, newly foreigners, they're say they want to open up a deli on the corner in the hood.
Yep.
The government gives them grants to go ahead and do that.
Correct.
And they're setting up shop where your so-called black persons, so you know, the Caribbean people, the black Caribbeans, white Caribbeans, whatever, they're in the hood, right?
These are Masonic.
Let me say this, and I'm gonna land my plane. Is that if you, Maybach, and Ronan try to do that, they would give us a whole bunch of hell going around in circles.
Correct.
And if anybody's been convicted up on this panel of something, they definitely going to be giving you the runaround.
Correct. That will be
right. And red tape and redline you from getting to having. This is what they did in Harlem. This is what they did in parts of all over any place that was a thriving black neighborhood. They destroyed and dismantled it. And then they'll have the foreigners come over here and then have their money pooled together, give these people grants. And now they got the mom and pop stores taken away. And now they got these delis up in there.
You know, from the west side, right?
Outsiders don't know that we have a lot of hold on, let me land my plane. Hold on, let me say this because I'm gonna say this and then y'all could talk. What I'm trying to get at is that these outsiders don't really understand the troubles and the trials and the tribulations that the Black American has gone through. So in our pain, we will perform, we will dance, we will sing and entertain in our pain, that the world will see, oh, these people, there's nothing wrong with them. No, but you really need to know they'll give you a grant and let you get on all kind of supplements and subsidies, and they'll still suppress the so-called Black person living in America.
Correct.
Well, from LA, and I know that many Koreans come here. I've been to Asia. They're not taught to open up. They're not taught to get a job. They're taught to get a successful and get a business.
Correct.
That's the culture. Ain't no I got a job with this company and I'm balling now. No.
Nah. You come over here to work and help the family that's back at home.
Yeah, sacrifice involved. Plus, it's a whole lot more that goes to it. And I seen it firsthand. People in love each other, but one got a degree and got to go overseas to make money. And another sad occurrence, but it's a whole different get down. How what they do? Asians do. They borrow money from their family with a low interest.
Yep.
And buy some shit from the bank and start their shit. But being from LA, I know that Koreans, how their kids would. I was also hoping we go into the streets, jail, all that, and their kids are going to college, but they're not what they do now, but they're not petitioning the white supremacy of the concept, how they were placed there, and this and that. The Korean War, the United States will give you a loan because a loan is going to pay us, and we get the cream off the top, whatever you do.
And that's some of the reasons why too they don't help out their own kind, is because think about it. If we each on this panel is getting 20 G's and we got a smart plan that we can actually execute and that's going to benefit us, they don't benefit from that because we're not going to be dependent on their government. You get what I'm saying? To be on stamps, to be on this, to be on that.
Well, they have their own land.
So
they got their own land. And you know what? Buddy, we should put a petition together and say, give us 5 states. And just start moving it.
But
that's neither here nor there.
Like I said, those are real topics that because I saw a content creator talking about how outsiders are coming here and they benefiting and this and that, and they talking about Black Americans and this and that.
Well,
and
a bunch of white people put that together. Which white people put that together?
Put what together?
Land developers and politicians, and they all went together, probably through Masons, to put together a network.
I mean, it is. It's all a diabolical plan by them, set up by them. But and then the thing is that this goes back to the Sarah Bartman again. It's this: you are scared, you're fear, but you love us and you fetish us, you glamorize over us, but we become successful. We've always been successful. Correct. And that's a threat. But you allow everybody else to come in and reap the benefits. But you are so scared that these Black people will rise above you and put you back into the little cave that you came from. That you will do everything in your power.
That's what you will never hear that.
Ronan, let me land my plane, please, love. Let me say what I gotta say, and I'm gonna let you go ahead. What I'm trying to drive is that listen. This is all set up, yes, by it could be Masons, all that crazy satanic, all of that, because they have this obsession with us that they can't live without us. And they know this. They know that we have set the stage and created things out of nothing. Our herbs, we know about herbs, herb medicine, remedies, and things of that nature. But they'll call somebody like me a heretic. Oh, she knows how to do this. She knows how to be an alchemist. We taught them all that crap, and then they suppress everything that we know and label us as the villains. The school system, black boys and girls, prisons, a pipeline. They got them in the schools, or don't know how to. They give them this curriculum, but it's not geared for every child. And when this child starts acting up because they're too smart for the work, you label them as a problem child. Then you want to go send them into special education. Then you want to go. This child can't. Special education is not where they need to be. They drop out of school. They start getting into crime purposely. This is all set up and designed.
Oh, of course it is.
And you add drugs in the mix.
Then you add drugs in the mix, and then what? So
they're running out of tricks. They're running out of tricks. So what happens next?
That's why they're getting new people to come in here now.
That's why they said too. The school and the prison pipeline is connected.
They call it out.
Yeah, it's connected. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. And I think I said it. I think we talked about it before, Foxy. Like in China, when they go to school and get dropped off in the morning, they outside exercising because they said that elevates and stimulates the mind. So now the child goes to the school, gets dropped off. They exercise it for a whole hour, and then they go into the classroom. Here, you got to go into the classroom. They want you to sit still. They want you to listen to the teacher. You got to raise your hand and use the bathroom. They showing these kids when they got to go use the bathroom, they just go out the classroom and go use the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to ask authority. They don't have to ask for, it's just crazy, man. Like
I was in I can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
1804, Wally and Foxy. Look, I was 6 months in the Philippines. I just got back a month ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Children, 8, 9 years old, are driving to school, parking their shit, walking in.
You said 8, 9 years old.
8, 9 years old, driving a scooter, motorcycle, whatever, to school.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
walking into the school, and they get an hour and a half lunch. This from kindergarten to no one's messing with them kids. No one's molesting them kids. No one's doing anything to fuck with them kids because them kids school is paid for.
Mm.
You can't even talk shit to them. And they ain't playing none of that. They ain't playing none of that shit.
So what is the government system like out there compared to the government system here?
It's very situational where they have a police called the Barangay Police. They handle the missing charger. They handle the stolen cell phone. Now the real police go after criminals, drug dealers, the big dogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they do that. But there's no police killing them innocent people and motherfuckers rat packing one nigga and all that shit.
I heard crime don't really be happening out there like that.
No, because if you fuck up, there's a guy out there named Vitali. You heard of him? He was going around Philippines stealing cops' hats. He stole a cop's bike. And then he went he harassed a woman, talking shit. Man, they come and scoop his ass at the airport. And they in jail crying right now. Look it up.
Well, he was doing dumb shit. He deserved
Right.
what he did. I mean,
Man,
he was
there was
stealing
no
cops'
reason-
bikes and hats. What's wrong with him?
Yeah, criminals is criminals. And they don't like that. They'll run you out of town. You better go to Manila with that shit. You do that shit there.
I want to ask you a question, right? Since you out there, because I heard, I don't know how it is in the Philippines, but I heard
I'm
in
in
China,
LA right now.
right?
I just got back.
Hold on. No, I'm just saying that I heard in China, the people only get taxed one time. So if you buy land or a house or whatever, you get taxed that one time and that's it. You don't pay monthly tax.
No, you get taxed once a year, but
That's
I
it.
had to buy the lot of land, and I had to build the house, and I had to put the wall up and all that shit. That's usually how it goes. People go out, leave town, build their nest, and come home to paradise. Because the food is so fresh.
Being taxed once a year is definitely better than being taxed every 2-3 months out here.
Okay.
Hey, the tax in the Philippines $50.
Yo, now they charging us. I don't know how it is in NY or where you at, Wally, but they charging us for trash now too out here.
Oh yeah, they did that a long time ago.
Okay,
No,
trash
trash is like $25.
The reason why I brought all that up, they said all of that is unconstitutional, bro. All of
I'm
that.
surprised.
Hey, what are your taxes paying for if you got to pay extra for if you got to pay for your own trash and water?
You said what?
Well, back in the day, DWP handled all that in California. Like
Correct. No,
you
that was
pay
the same
your
thing out here
electric
too.
bill, and
Yeah,
that's it.
the Department of Public Works used to handle all of that too. That's what I'm
Mhm.
Well,
saying.
as
Now they
far as
got you
back
get.
in the, well,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
because I
Go
think
ahead.
they just pushed that on y'all now. But back then over here, because when I was
Hmm.
still living like young in Florida, I
Uh-huh.
remember my old boy would literally have to like always pay at least around 20 to 25 bucks
Uh-huh.
on
Correct.
garbage,
Correct. Yep.
like real stuff. Like, and I'm still weird by that because like, why we have to pay for that?
Correct. Exactly. Make that make sense.
Because if it's government picking up the trash, and it's like, why do you have to pay for that though? I mean, I'm
Correct.
guessing it's because of the trash bins, and it's like because they give you the trash bins that's what you got to pay for. But I was like, that's still stupid. But I'm like, shit, me if that's the case, shit, me go buy your own trash bin and put it outside for your damn stuff. Because hell no,
No, but Wally, that's what it was. At first, we bought our own. Now
Mm.
they passed this law where they give you a recycle one and then one for trash. I
right?
can go ahead. Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
yeah, no, go ahead. No, yeah,
No, I
go
was
ahead.
gonna
You
say
speaking
I
the
can
fact.
understand. Okay, paying that one time for that. Okay, you want to give me a bin? I already had two of them, but now I get it. You want to recycle one that's recycled with bottles and plastic and cardboard and all that good stuff. I get all of that. But last time that I watched the documentary, what 2, 3 months ago, the ocean has the most damn plastic pollution. So listen, man, it's a lot of things again.
Right, where that shit going?
There you go. Yo, you know what I
Where that
saw? I
shit
don't know if
going?
this is true. Y'all can quote me on this, or maybe y'all have the information. I watched something where it was kind of like a joking video. So I took it as, is it really a, how they say they use comedy to tell the truth sometimes. The dude
Mhm.
was saying when airplanes fly, they dump across the oceans. They dump
Mm.
like, urine in number twos out
I ain't
there.
gonna lie to you. I would not be surprised because
He
sometimes
said,
I be questioning that shit. Because you gotta think to yourself, if the toilet got water and it's recycling the water, then where does the waste in the pee go?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
how's that being filtered, and where's that being put into?
You got
Like,
something for
yeah,
that,
so
Foxy?
It's
What do you
possible.
think, Foxy?
I
What do
haven't
you
heard
think?
about that, but I mean, if they're traveling like long flights, Indonesia, something like
Uh-huh.
that,
Yeah.
yeah, they may have
They
to
said
dump.
ships too. They said cruises do the same thing too.
I see, and I'm not surprised. That's what I'm saying. Like, how would they convert
Yeah,
it? Because that's the thing you have to ask yourself: how is that being converted when it's flushed? Because the
Yeah.
moment it's flushed, how's that waste in the liquid of pee being converted to the point like, okay,
right.
you're able to separate it and then put back the water in? How's that being separated? No one will ever want to tell you that stuff because you get too involved in, then you understand how that stuff works.
Yeah.
That's
Hmm.
why I'm like, it makes no sense.
Correct. Cause bro, back in the 80s, they was using paper bags, right, at grocery stores, right? Like the
Right,
brown joints, right? Because remember,
right.
I don't know if y'all, I know Foxy probably did that. You too probably, Wally. We used to use the brown paper bags for book covers, the textbooks to keep it
Yeah,
in you know what I
yeah.
mean, to keep it
Uh-huh.
in good condition, right? Then they came with the plastic and said, "Oh, the plastic is more efficient." Then you find out, "Oh, the plastic is no good. It's harmful. It's hazardous. This and that." It's like, yo, what are we doing? How come in other countries they don't have this issue? They're not charged. Now you're getting charged. I don't care if it's 5 cents. I just spent $250 at the grocery store, and now you want me to pay for my grocery bags on top of it? What are we
Wait, what?
doing? Like, yo, what?
Yeah.
Yo, I went to the
See,
Dollar Tree the other day. They was like, "Oh, we don't have no bags." I said, "Hold on, no brown bags either. Nothing. We don't have no bags." And I got to
yeah,
like, yo,
yeah,
I'm like,
it's
what's
got to be to
going
that
on?
point, and that's why I'm like,
Yeah.
honestly, at this point, that's the type of stuff right there. Like, cause you already know if you've been already down here, Maybach, and you've been
Yeah.
like you seen like the Sam's and like the Trader Joe's
Uh-huh.
and stuff like that.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
the Sam's alone already taught me.
Uh-huh.
9 out of 10, if they don't got bags, look, you just bringing them in just as is. You just gotta make sure you have your own, and then be
Yeah,
like,
bring
all
your
right,
own
put
from
them in.
home.
Yeah,
Fact.
bring your own from home, or neither like, cause I ain't gonna lie, I'll do this too. I'll probably get like a suitcase, just stack them in the suitcase, and then just put it in there, and just
Yeah.
have them at least covered. And then when I get home, put them all
Uh-huh.
in there. Cause at
Yeah.
this point, no, yeah, I ain't paying for bags. You got me messed the fuck.
Facts. Facts.
Yeah, I ain't paying for.
I keep the recycle. I keep the ones like if I go at Target, you could buy one, or you know what I'm saying, and then you could
Yeah,
use
cause they're
that.
like $1 or less.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we Haitian,
that
we
is crazy.
save plastic bags, man.
Oh hell yeah, boy! What?
Yeah, and then I carry those recycle bags that they put out in the store or whatnot. So I just carry those around instead of.
Correct. Yep. You can
Yep.
get them everywhere now too. It's
Now,
like
yeah,
bookstores
exactly.
have them. Everywhere
Exactly.
have them bags. Yep.
So I just I make sure that whenever I'm leaving, I'll have that in my bag. But yes, it's ridiculous that how this country just it's capitalist. It's a capitalist country, capitalist society,
Yep.
and they're gonna try to And I'm not saying that other countries don't do that with their citizens. It depends, I guess. Like old head was just telling us about where was he at? Where was he at?
Philippines.
Yeah, the Philippines. So, and it's a smaller area as opposed to this is a country and it's a conglomerate. So,
yeah,
things have been very unjust to us, especially in those big world countries as well, like China and Russia. But we've all been in bed
but I
with
ain't
them.
gonna lie. It's like, but honestly, because I be seeing this a few times, and I'd be like, boy, that's some smart idea. Cause like I seen some stuff like in China.
Yeah,
I'd be like, what they had? Like they would be having like a little corner sesh. Like okay, they'll have a pocket of umbrellas, right? So let's say hypothetically were to rain, you can rent the umbrella, not paying for it. You rent it by taking it, and you take it to one other station where you can drop the umbrella. So then it's recyclable. So now you don't even have to have an umbrella, really. You just have one recyclable. And it's like, okay, there's one recycle. Here's the thing. Take it because it's raining, and then you go to the next joint close to your home, and then drop it over there and not take it. And I'm like, boy, that's a smart idea. I mean,
there's a lot of innovation. I've seen that.
We're so at this point, it's like you got
and people are like we're behind, and they're so Indonesia.
That's why I'm sort of pissed about Broward because Broward is hella behind. Oh boy.
I mean, but you got to look at some of the things that have happened to us, and yeah, we probably would have been far advanced as well if they
because
if they stop suppressing our patent, the ancestors.
Hey, trust.
We would have been so far advanced.
Trust. But just like how they did that black dude with his water car, and you know how that all works.
Oh yeah.
Because boy, they're like, you ain't gonna destroy what we already sent in motion.
Yeah. You talking about Stanley something? The first dude you talking about?
It is one of the brothers. Cause I know there was one brother on Shark Tank
that was killed in
another one.
Yeah.
And boy, so it's just like when someone's able to tell you a smarter way to do something, and then you're like, oh nope, you ain't fucking up this business. Get out of here.
Bro, I've been saying that. How come they ain't make no gas tanks bigger than what it had been for the last since I've been alive? So I still can't drive from the East Coast to the West Coast and only fuel up one time. Come on, make that make sense. But y'all sending things to the space, and we got the space galaxy.
Right. Supposedly.
Exactly. Correct. Especially Elon. Oh, I got this good deal by the government. Nigga, what's the thing called? The Falcon? That thing is hit the firmament and just kept exploding, hitting the firmament. It's like, bruh.
Of course.
Nobody's cracking the ceiling.
This idea that people out there going to space is all BS and nothing but CGI and all that other shit.
Thank you. Oh, but I had a friend though, Wally, that was like, yo, Mel, did you see? I said, see what? On the news, Jeff Bezos came back. I said, came back from where? From his house? And they did a psyop. Oh yeah, look, Jeff Bezos. Then they showed the chicks. Remember the chicks recently, like months ago? Oh yeah, these chicks just came back. And it's like, yo, stop it with the psyop, man. Like, come on, man.
Look, I always say this. If you have not ever traveled yourself, don't believe nobody. I don't give a fuck with nobody. I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. We traveled to the moon. We traveled out of space. I don't believe that. I was there.
When they told us, yeah, we went there. Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong. But guess what? The reason why. So why y'all haven't been back in all these years? Well, we lost the documents. Hold on. Wait a minute. So Wally Wright comes up with a blueprint to come with a car that runs on something, and his dog ate the documents or the blueprint. Like, who you think is buying that, sir? Like,
Right.
come on, man. Like, how you lose the mathematics or whatever? And listen, man, how come the other day I went outside, the sun looked like I can touch it with my index finger. Then 2 days later, it looks far. Then 2 more days later, 2 days after that, it looks like I can reach out and touch it again. But you're telling me, and yo, mathematicians or whatever they call them already did the math and said the sun is not 93,000 million miles or whatever the hell the math they said. They already debunked that and said, man, it's not even that far. Everything's living inside the firmament, man. Oh yeah, we're spinning at so many, it's with gravity. That's why this ocean doesn't fall over. It's like, yo, stop it with all of this now, man. Like,
Yeah,
can we stop? Come on.
Yeah,
Like,
because honestly now, when I think, because it's been a hard thing, right? Because when they say that, oh, we pretty much go around the sun every however thing, but I'm thinking to myself, like, okay,
correct.
if the world is technically, as what most people say, is round, that would make sense. But if it's flat, then okay, then I have to ask myself one question: how does a flat Earth circles around a fucking sun?
Make that sense. Make that make sense. Correct.
So of course, most people will say that okay, that the Earth will have to be round. I'm like, sure, you could say that, but then if we're in a firmament, quote unquote, and you were to say firmament is a dome,
Right.
okay, then we're in a flat plane. Then it's like, again, well, then how do you can say a sun? We're wrapping around the sun. No, the sun is actually right here. It's nowhere near far away that you think it is.
Correct.
So,
What about the other one too that I learned, and it took me a while, and maybe I just started thinking about it more. Oh yeah, the sun is setting. The sun is not setting because it's going to be nighttime for us, but somewhere else it's supposed to be daytime. So how is this? Why would the sun be setting? When you think about like logic things,
So then that means that the Earth has to be spinning. It's like an elliptical.
right?
It's got to
It's
be doing
setting,
something.
but that's the thing, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, for the world to be round, it's literally like impossible. Because are we going to sit here and say? Because just imagine this, right? Because on one end of the tip, if you look at a map, right? If you look at the map on a flat surface, on one end of the tip is nothing but water, and on another end of the tip is also nothing but water. There has never been a point of chain where anyone can sit here and say they traveled to the ends of one side of the water and circle around the next side of the water and then ended up on the other side. I've never heard no one say that.
Correct.
So that is just no way now. I think what it is when they say that, quote unquote, the sun is setting. No, I think the sun is just repositioning.
There you go. That's my point. It's going to the other side. But the Earth, what we're on, is not spinning. All of that we're spinning and all of this, that's all a crap. Because if we spin ourselves, right, what's going to happen? You're going to tip over. So you mean to tell me gravity is so fast that nothing is like, come on, man. And what about the newest one, right? The viral video I just seen, which I already knew, but it just solidifies it more. I guess the white woman that saw those Mexicans, and she said, "Oh, wait, did y'all fly here?" The Mexicans like, "No, we walked from India to over there." And she's like, "Hold on, y'all didn't fly? Nobody dropped y'all off?" They was like, "No." And then another guy comes in the footage. She's like, "Where you from?" He's like, "Pakistan." And she asked the dude, how did you get here? Did you fly? He's like, "No, I walked from Pakistan all the way here." So that's telling you, bro, that white woman already debunked it. Yeah, like everything is connected, and that's why I tell people before there was cars and all of that, they was using animals, mules, whatever you want to call it, goats, horses, whatever. How did they travel? If it's not flat, how did they travel from one place to another place?
Right.
Man, listen, man, there's a lot of things. It's just like, listen, man, we need to stop. It's like wrestling. We know it's fake. Yeah, the moves are real, but they're not trying to really. When they DDTing somebody, the person, yeah, huh? What you say?
Yeah, the script.
Yeah, it's like, come on, come on, man. Like all sports, they already know who the champion's gonna be.
Right.
They gotta give us. Yeah, they gotta give us the movie to capture everybody's emotions
and that's why I can't take it
feelings.
serious anymore. It's like, hey, whatever happens.
Come on, man. Like, come on now. They just need to like let the cat out the bag, man. Just let everybody know.
But that's the problem. They already know. They let the cat out the bag. That means that is one step further out the door. They ain't trying to let you do that. They got to keep you side. They got to keep you locked in. That's why I be like, boy, the way it looks like ever since they put us in that that little school to pipeline, we never got out the pipeline. We're still in rotation.
Correct. Oh, there's a lot of people still stuck, man. I'm talking about, I don't know about y'all, but on my side, it'd be family members and close friends. They looking, oh, Mel, are you smoking again? It's like, bro, it has nothing to do with what I'm like you don't see what I see. It's just like, all right, man, I'm done. Y'all will catch up, you know. I'm mustard right now. Y'all will catch up. Y'all need to be catch up.
And with that said, hey, let me ask this question real quick to y'all, all right? Because this has actually been a very triggering thing to have to think about. But it's one of those things that it just really boggles my mind. Do you believe that we can be truly free thinkers in this world?
I mean, yes, around like-minded. I feel like we can. You know.
Interesting.
What you feel? What you think?
I mean, on a general standpoint of understanding free thinkers, the answer is yes. Because of course, I was always a free thinker because I would just question everything. I'm not taking anything in. But the reality is, here's the problem, though. Do I believe generally anyone can be a free thinker? As far as yourself, yes. But with other people involved, no.
Yeah, you're right. I get what you're saying.
I'll tell you right now, because I think just think about it in any formality, right? Let's say hypothetically you would ask somebody like a Bible scripture, and you ask them, well, what do you think of this, right? You'll just sit there and just ask them what they think just to hear their opinion. Others will come out of nowhere and just be like, no, this is what it is. It's like, well, wait a minute, I wasn't asking for the actual terminology of what this is. I was asking what this person thinks. What it is. But that's my whole problem. Is like, no matter where we are in this world, there's always a correction that's going to be made.
Oh yeah.
Just because of your thoughts. So it's like, I don't think so. Most formalities, give or take in certain situations, we can ever really be free thinkers, because someone is going to try to sit you down or correct you or put you in line
or challenge what you're saying too. Challenge what you're saying too, you know?
Well, yeah, they can also challenge it because, of course, right, to be a free thinker, you also got to execute in that same mindset. And that's the thing, is like, without executing a possibility of saying if this is true or not, again, it's another way they could try to shut you down. But that's what I'm saying, like, so when I think about free thinking, is like, granted, yes, you can free think, but it's like, at the same time, a lot of this stuff is very like, you're gonna have a hard time questioning it, because it's already been so much to the point that people already have a set foundation where they can sort of figure out how to fight whatever you're trying to say, because the grounds has already been made.
Yeah, but I feel like too, right? We just have some people that's just defiant. You get what I'm saying? Like, I watched this video where this guy was talking about the word Grand Rising. And I remember when I started saying it, and people are like, oh, what's this Grand Rising? I'm like, oh, this is what it is. This is why we should be saying it and not saying the GM word and this and that. It's like, no, I was taught to say GM, and my grandmother said it. And I'm just looking at the person like, wow, you seem possessed. And that's what the guy said in the video. People like that are possessed. So they're going to always go against what you're saying. Even if you try to sit them down and rationalize, or like how you said, the way you present it, the way you say it, you break it down for them, they don't care about it. They just, it's like, you know this very, there you go. And I forgot, Foxy, that for a split second, I forgot you was West Indian. A lot of West Indian is what they was indoctrinated. Same thing with over here too. Whatever they've been indoctrinated with, you could come with the facts, show them the proof, the truth, everything. No, that's not what it is. They like, it's like they throwing a tantrum like a child, and you're looking at the person like, wow, like, really? That's why I told my homeboy the other day. He's like, oh man, you should have came to the barbershop. I was trying to convince these people and tell them this. I said, bro, how many times I told you? That's the mistake I used to make. When I got the information, I felt like I had to give the information or tell this person and tell that person. And these people was just going against the grain for whatever reason. And I stopped doing that. Remember I told you that, Foxy? I used to get upset. Like, how you not know that, sir? You're 62 years old. How you not know this? One day we was having a conversation about the tax thing. We was talking about how, why Trump is dismantling this, he's doing this, and we're breaking things down. The guy's like, oh no, he's dismantling the Department of Education. I said, sir, I don't know where you're getting your information, but just listen to me. He's taking the Department of Education and giving it back to the state. Because when it was the Department of Education, it was its own entity that can create its own rules. And I gave him a simple example. I said, with the pokey wokey, if your children don't have this, they don't have that, they're not allowed into school. When it goes back to the state, now you as the parent, you could say, nope, I don't want no pokey wokey for my son. Nope, I don't want it for my daughter. And they have to let. And he's like, oh, you know what? Nobody ever explained it to me like that. I said, well, that's the problem. People just say things. Yeah, eat spaghetti. Okay, why should we eat spaghetti? I don't know. The news said so. So, like the tariff thing, I broke it down to some people because I got enlightened. I didn't know tariff came from a melanated man when he was trading his goods. I didn't know none of this, which things like that be pissing me off. And it goes back to what Ronan said earlier about, oh, what I learned this past Black History Month is with the lady he was talking about. It's just like, yo, they give us little tidbits every year. Oh, it's February.
I forgot. Ooh.
Go ahead.
There was no, because I know there's a bro of mine that I talked to, and I remember he was telling me about this TV show, right? Mm-hmm. And in the TV show, it was Black people that actually created the credit card idea. I was like, bro, I'm so shocked. I'm like, these motherfuckers took that and run with it.
Listen, bro, I wouldn't even doubt it that it was carved on the Mayans' stone walls. Credit card and stuff like that. Like these people was, those hieroglyphics or whatever they call it. They was carving all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? When you look at it now, they was carving planes.
Yeah, because they more likely saw it into the future. They already knew what was going to go down.
Correct.
But that was the reason. Like, but just the overall thing, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like the free thinking mindset, it's like it's a dead weight challenge. Because I was even thinking about it from a standpoint of, because I was thinking about it, right? Because I haven't started my channel yet, right? But there was one thing to like when it comes to like more of like the free form conversations and stuff like that. Because I was thinking to an idea of that type of standpoint. Because I was like, if I ever were to explain, well, why I don't stick on religion, but I choose on spirituality. And part of that is more so of just being that sense of that free thinker or not being attached to something, because again, you just really don't know without someone like, because again, they will sit here and say, okay, the Bible is from God. I'm like, okay. But my thing is, how much Bibles have been made and reimbursed every other damn time, throughout every other damn year, throughout every other damn century, being sold for money? But isn't God word free to every people?
Yeah, exactly.
But then, they tell you a bunch of BS. I'm like,
make that make sense. Like, bro, I feel like okay, if people, like, I like to challenge these people that, stand by the Bible. It's like, okay, the story about Jesus, he was tied to no religion. He didn't subscribe to no religion. He had no religion. He was just preaching what he was preaching. So why are we tied to something that you see that it's a business? You get what I'm saying?
Thing, right? And you know what's funny? Think of it like this, Maybach. If you think about the word religion, you do notice religion don't got no baseline word. You know that, right?
Yes, of course.
So again, where does the word religion come from?
We already know who created it. Yep.
That's my thing, and that's what I'm like, because with spirituality, you can say, well, spirituality baseline word is what? Spirit, right?
Correct.
Okay, so with religion, because think about it, religion is basically a bunch of suffix and prefix and suffix words. So it's like you take away the re or the shun, but it's like I would say this: take away the re, and then what you get left with. Legion. I'm like, okay, you put two together. So that I'm always like, I don't really fall for the religious standpoints because again,
you could
wait. I wanted to say I got my brother Ra in the building, and
I just wanted to jump in, hop in.
Y'all are talking his language.
What's up, y'all? Yeah, I was hearing the conversation. I was in a business class earlier, but I was with you earlier, Foxy.
Okay.
The class, but yeah, I'm back. I haven't been on, as you see, I haven't been on YouTube in a minute, so
I know you was ghosting on vacation, but you needed to have that.
I left? I left because I don't know why I'm sharing this, but this is a funny story. But I left because I got tired. I gave up for a second. I was frustrated with the Black community, I was frustrated with my people. I was frustrated.
Oh no, let's
That's
go.
I was frustrated with like
why.
teaching
Oh,
and
no.
like I'm like, look, this I'm getting these type of views and this is the information I'm putting out. I'm like, let me go back. But I'm gonna tell you, like, when you got a calling, that shit keeps calling, and you
There you
can't
go.
like hang up the phone. Look, I done went to Puerto Rico for a couple of weeks. I done been on the beach. I done had a nice balcony, thinking, okay, I'm gonna get a vacation. I'm gonna come back, and I'm gonna just be regular. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be dropping all this knowledge and be on YouTube and Instagram. I'm just gonna be regular like everybody else. Go to work, make my money, and that's it.
You know what they say
Like
though?
they
When
say,
you
the streets
stretch, you
keep
can't be
calling.
regular.
Yeah, the streets keep calling, and man, you gotta admonish you. And this is the first time in a long time. I did this before when I was young, and this is the first time in a long time. And I just want to share it real quick. I know you guys are talking about some high science.
God, no, bring it back because that's what it's about, the black love and the fall of black love and how our people, like, there's so much going on with us. Yeah, and it could be disheartening and disservice. So go ahead, share with us.
No, that's a good word. That's what I was disheartened. There's disheartened and more so disappointed with all that, the gender war, you know, the what do they call it? What do they call it? Destiny swapping and spirit monitoring and all this new age
Right.
has no basis to indigenous culture. And I'm like, people really eating shit up like this. And I'm like, well, you know what I'm saying? And these are just getting hundreds of thousands, 200,000 views. And not necessarily I'm doing it for the views, but I'm at the same time also like, yo, like, niggas really like this Star magazine. You know, Fox, you old enough to remember Star and Inquirer. You know what I'm saying? I think, you know, and so it's like they just put that shit on the digital stage. But I want to say this. When I went through these couple of months away from the internet and away from everything, and I kind of went into recession. I was like, I realized I was watching a lot of sports, like a lot of just NBA football stuff, just all day. And I was just kept trying to distract myself. And I think a lot of, and you know, now that I'm reawakened, I realized that this is what a lot of people do every day for years. You know, and I haven't done this for years. I haven't done that for years. You know what I'm saying? This when I gave up, I was younger and I didn't, and you know, I was maybe 25, 6. I was like, man, fuck this shit. And this was before like YouTube and everything was, you know, I've been doing this shit since 96. So imagine, right? You know, but anyway, I was like, so I said, yo, I'm not going to, I'm like, I can't imagine how a man, right? Or a woman, but as a man, from my masculine perspective, how a man who's supposed to build, create, prophesy, lead, plan, can really watch sports all day, or really watch movies.
It's a form of distraction too.
years and years, and drink and shit and just smoke and shit. And that's just their day, going to work. And people do this shit for real life.
That's a fact.
And it's like I had to put myself. It's like Spirit put me back in that position to have not only empathy for them people and compassion, but also to realize that, look, this is kind of, it's like a trance almost, you know what I'm saying? And if you're not careful, it becomes your lifestyle.
Yeah.
You get fat, you get ugly, you get sick. You know what I'm saying?
But people are not motivated for nothing.
That's why they call them fanatics. That's why they call them sports fanatics. But go ahead.
Yeah, so it was, and it's very easy if you don't catch, if you know. Thankfully, I have this foundation, but I can imagine the people that are growing up younger. You know what I'm saying? The people that don't have this foundation, and you know what they're going. It's very easy to get swept up. So, man, I just want to say, man, stay vigilant. If you know this is your calling. And I just want to say also, you know, I heard y'all talk about the aliens and flat Earth and all that. You know, and I think all that stuff is great. You know, it's great to philosophize and you know, pontificate and discuss. Well, not pontificate, but you know, discuss these things. And you know, but I think we also, and this is just from my humble perspective, we also have to make sure that when we're in this learning the secrets of the universe, right, and the secrets of the world, that there's a practical application for it. For instance, if the world is flat or round, right? What is the practical application? Like, how can it help my children that come behind me? How can it help my mama, my grandma, right? Because in my opinion, it doesn't really matter if it's flat or round, right? It's just something to discuss, right? Because at the end of the day, there's only one way we all leaving out here the same way, right? And that's
pretty much
for a body bag. Right? We all leaving here. There's only one way out, right? As far as I know. You know, you can astral travel and all that, but that's another story. But there's only one way out. So we gotta, that's really the focus, to leave a legacy behind in some way, shape, or form, and to move the culture, no matter what, indigenous cultures forward. And that's all. I just want to chime in and let y'all go off, because I'm enjoying the conversation.
Right.
Well, to you, man.
I mean, if you're talking about moving the culture, I mean, the culture is a hard piece, because you can be one piece that moves it forward, but there'll always be someone that tries to move it backwards. So it's like, as they say, find like-minded people and keep pushing forward from that point.
Well, it's like quantum physics, right? The double slit experiment, there's waves, right? And the double slit experiment, quantum physics, they basically shot photons, which are particles of light, against a wall, right? And they had two slits. So, and you can look this up on YouTube. It's very important too. I think you guys would want to look at that. It's brief too, maybe 2-3 minutes. But anyway, they shot these light particles on walls, right? And one slit, nobody was looking at the light particles hit the wall. There was no observer. They called it the observer effect. The other slit, the scientists were actually looking at the particles hit the wall. And what they discovered is there's an observer effect, meaning that once somebody looked at the photons hitting the wall, they actually became particles. When someone wasn't looking at the photons hitting the wall, there was no particle. It was still waves. So it only went from waves to particle once someone looked at it, meaning the power of your focus, which is where we get into magic, which is where we get into spirituality, which is where we get into, quote, law of attraction, unquote, right? Where we get into this type of metaphysical ideas, where it really depends on what you're focusing on. Because when you're focusing on something and you bring light to something, you're actually attracting it to you, and you're forming a form of quantum entanglement with that. So there's always an exchange of energy. So we really got to be careful what type of information, especially in 2025 with everything that's happening, right? What type of information we're taking in, and isn't it bringing light to us? Isn't it pushing us forward? Because we don't want to be the smart person in the hood, right? We don't want to be the smart person at the barbecue. We don't want to be the person that's, at Christmas talking about how bad Christmas is, right? We want to be able to still navigate amongst people that don't know this information, and we don't want to shame them because we were once them.
Exactly.
But we also don't want to be like them or follow their path, and we want to have our clear path for ourselves. But yeah, at the same time, like, we got to really understand is what we're focusing on really moving not only us forward, but because there's going to be opposition. Like, this world is built on opposition. It's yin and yang, duality, black and white. So like the brother said, as soon as something happens, there's going to be somebody else that's going to come. You're going to have an op. You're going to have an enemy. That's video game culture. We live in this life as a simulation. It's a video game. So you're going to go through various stages of enemies before you hit a boss enemy. That boss enemy could be homelessness. You could lose a job. You could lose a family member. You could lose a friend, right? You could have a big arc. There's all type of things that happen, right? Health issues, whatever, right? Those are boss moments. And the boss moment is there really for you to level up. Like, my boss moment was me saying, fuck this culture, fuck this community, right? I'm gonna just be regular. As the boss I had to face, right? So I'm trying to run from it. I don't want to face the boss. I don't want to pick up the controller, right? So I'm trying to run from him. So I'm in Puerto Rico, you know what I'm saying? I'm watching TV, I'm watching movies, I'm regular, you know what I'm saying? But that boss moment, it's like I had to face it and really see, why did I not want to do this? And I won't share that, but what was the reason? What was behind it? What childhood trauma did I have to address, right? Why? What was the situation? And once I got through that type of processing, and again, it's what you focus on. If there's a problem you want to solve, you're gonna have to focus on that problem. A lot of times we use spirit. What I've noticed, and I don't want to take up the whole panel. What I've noticed is a lot of nowadays modern spirituality, I would say at least 80% of it is escapism. People are trying to escape through Anunnaki, Planet Risk, Nibiru, and a lot of times it's almost like looking for a savior too, like somebody to come and save you. And maybe it's not Jesus, right? But it's in Nibiru. That's when the aliens come. That's when Anunnaki comes, or when the government destroys everything. So you don't have to be accountable and responsible, and focus your light on becoming the best, most high version of yourself, which is a Christ Buddha consciousness that the spiritual community, from what I see nowadays, is not really looking for. You know why? Because it takes work. And it's easier for me to talk about something Zachariah Stitchin wrote, you know what I'm saying, about the Sumerians thousands and thousands of years ago, than for me to sit down and meditate, or for me to actually go to the gym, or for me to actually change my diet. And maybe instead of eating, 5 meals a day, maybe 1 or 2, so I can lose some weight and feel better about myself, right? Because being intellectual is great, but we're no longer a soulful people. And this is what's disconnecting us from each other, because everybody wants to be smarter than the other person. And that's the big thing in this conscious community. People battling to be right, or battling to be the smartest person on the planet, or battling to say this person doesn't know and this. Well, you didn't know. We didn't know.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I choose to be stupid. Thank you very much, because stupid people tend to be richer.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look. I always say this. You always want to be the stupidest one in the room. You never want to be the smartest one in the room. You're always coaching everybody.
Never. Yeah, that's not the room you want to be.
Especially when you're talking about the community, the conscious community, and that's why I dial it down sometimes. I don't go and see, the rooms that we in, Brother Rod. Like, I don't go in there sometimes because it's just inundated with somebody. I was watching Blue Pills live. I think it was like 2 days ago. The Blue Pillar and on Know the Ledge, and this girl kept saying to Blue, she was trying to, we're all engaging in the conversation, and she just was like, "Oh, if I knew you was a Scorpio," and she, just kept like bringing up the zodiac signs. And so I'm like, okay, well, we weren't talking about that. The conversation wasn't talking about anything remotely near it,
right? And
I like, people were just talking about what, commenting on what Blue was saying.
Right.
So it's like, it's great. And I was there one, I still kind of throw in signs here and there if I'm talking about something. But if that's not the conversation, but because people are getting hip to the consciousness of it, their mind is being freed with certain things. After a while, it's like you hit that pinnacle, and you're doing the 90 degrees, you're doing the 180, and then it brings you back to 360. You're not so far removed. There's 6 degrees of separation. You're not so far removed from what it is that you're out there looking for, or what you need to know.
Right.
And so I dial it back sometimes, and I don't, Brother Maybach, he just left, but he was talking about Grand Rising and how, not introducing, but saying it, greeting somebody and saying Grand Rising, while other people are like, "Oh, I don't understand. I don't know what that means. And don't you just say good morning?" And so in my neighborhood, and everybody but me says good morning. I'm not going to text somebody and back, my mother says good morning, I'm like, "Oh, am I? Come on." No, she doesn't understand that. She doesn't get it. So I'm going to still stay in that world with them. Again, how do we operate? How do you be a nationalist? How do you be free, but you're still operating in the matrix? Like it's a double dipping. You gotta, you know what I mean? It'll drive you crazy though, because you try.
I heard that.
Your knowledge, you're so like advanced in certain things, and you're like, "Oh, I don't, I can't be around that." But at the end of the day, it's like everybody's not there with you. So
right. And why can't you be around that? Like, are you elitist? Because this is the same thing we complain about the Illuminati and the secret societies, right? For being elitist and being separate from the people, and not being and not understanding the common man, right? This is what we talk about Trump. He's never been poor. He doesn't know what it's like, right? We talk about Elon Musk, never been poor, right? These people don't understand the common man. So being that we are amongst the people, like Christ, right? I'm not talking about Christianity. I'm just talking about the Christ, the mythology of it, and the lessons we can extract from it, right? He was amongst the people, right? Buddha, he was amongst the people, right? And that's what we are. We're people that are amongst the people. right? We don't want to look at and this is just from my perspective, we don't want to look at ourselves as above the people, because once we look at ourselves as above the people, because we have this knowledge, we are no longer able to shepherd them, because now we're looking down on them. So the things we'll be looking at them is kind of like in pity, right? Why don't they know this? Why don't they know that? Well, this ain't their incarnation to know it.
But you know what I'm saying? You know what, Rod? And that's funny you say
this
that.
is not their life to know about metaphysics. Maybe next life. Maybe when they come back as an African. Maybe when they reincarnate back as a poor Haitian, and their mother happens to be a voodoo priestess or something. Or maybe they come back as a mom, and their father is or their mother's a mambo or something like that, right? Exactly. Or they get born in Louisiana or some shit like that, right? Or they become white and just happen to be in the bloodline of, Abraham Hicks or something like that, right? These are things that happen, but this life, it ain't for them, and that's okay. Like you can still hang out with people and still be yourself. You just gotta have boundaries. No, I ain't doing this. No, I ain't doing that. If they don't respect it, then they don't have to fuck with you, and I don't have to fuck with you either, and that's cool. But I'm gonna have my tribe, because I know there's people that vibe with me. There's people that understand my vibe. There's people who understand who I am, right? And those are the people that will naturally attract to me, as long as my vibration, my light is emanating that, because light is a magnet also. So when you see light, it draws things to it. So as long as you shine your light and being yourself, the best thing to do is be authentic. But my personal opinion, all this criticism and this and this, man, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. What matters is your path. Because at the end of the day, you're going to be the only one that's going to pass away, and whatever's in the afterlife, there's many theologies and themes, right? But my ideology is that your heart's going to be judged by that feather, like the commission said, and you're going to have to go through that. And that's the really main thing, man, to come out of here with the purest childlike heart you can amongst the storms, and then you can really be of service here, in real time. But as long as we are focused on things that don't really matter, right? Like what you're talking about is great. It's a great show, because I didn't hear the first part, right? But relationships, right, in our community are very important, because family is even where wealth is built, right? Walgreens is somebody's last name. Walmart is somebody's last name. You know what I'm saying? Gucci is somebody's name. Prada is somebody's name, right? So these are families that are inheriting money. So, and look at this. And my boy Adika Butler brought this up yesterday. Look at how here in America, they're separating, they have a gender war, right? With melanated people or indigenous people. However, in Africa, what are they doing? They're uniting. Ibrahim Traoré, right? Niger, the Sahel Confederacy, they're uniting, right? And there's other countries that they're not televising, like people in South Africa that are overthrowing the governments, right? People in Haiti that are overthrowing the governments. So while they're uniting in rebellion, they got us here rebelling against ourselves. And really the real game, because how they lost originally, right? The powers that be were when the peasant class of the time, right? Pre-Civil War, post-pre-Civil War of American Caucasians, right? Whites here in America, Anglo-Saxons, Indians, or so-called Native Americans, right? And so-called Black people, right? Were all united against the powers that be. And they don't want that. So they'll constantly divide and conquer. Because a lot of times, because right now it's not about race. It ain't really about race at all. It's about consciousness. It's about consciousness, energy, and frequency and vibration. That's what it's about.
Well, I want to say this, just to cut your wisdom really quick.
Go ahead.
I say what Prodigy says. They out here for your mind, body, and soul.
That's it. And it's not the poor white though. That's what I'm coming to realize. It's the white that are elitist.
Yeah, the elitist. It's the caste system.
It's the caste system, right? And racism is it's a monetary tool to put you in a caste, to put you in a class system. So even if you become rich, like a Puffy, right? Regardless of what he did, you can't get a bail. You know, how you a billionaire, you can't get a bail. Oof. But this guy from Abercrombie and Fitch, right, who raped all these little boys, allegedly, right? He got a bail. He's out on bail, right? All these other guys get out on bail. So why Puffy can't get a bail, right? So because he's still considered lower class, even though he's a billionaire. and that's what they try to reinforce. But your consciousness has to unreinforce it, and that's really the focusing and the repetition of learning who and what we truly are. You know, a little bit of magic, so we could fight back. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Some people even push back with well, if you had all this magic, why aren't you fighting the powers that shouldn't be? Well, because they using the same magic that we use, and they know that, and they know how they usurped it, and they use it against you. So
and when you're rich, you got a lot of time too. When you're rich, you got a lot of time to plan. You got a lot of time to study. You got a lot of time to harness different gifts, right? You got time because you don't have the constraints of an 8-hour, 10-hour day. So they got a lot of time to master this shit. So while we here watching football and Netflix and, you know what I'm saying, gender warring and you know, whatever else online, you know what I'm saying, they focusing on their craft and elevating their families. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we caught up, but I'm always optimistic, delusionally optimistic, as they say, in my life and with the future of indigenous people and seeing the different revolutions that happen. You know, things are going to change. Things are obviously falling apart and changing, but they're always for the better, right? For our people. If you look at where we were, you know, just 50 years ago to where, you know, we are now, there's great strides, whether we want to admit it or not. Mentally, there's
that's what the conversation when I brought up this today earlier is talking about the Black excellence, because that's the topic of the show, was Black excellence, Black love, the fall of it. And the 3 points that I had pulled together was the dandyism, the Harlem Renaissance, and you think back, that was 100 years ago. And it ties into Remy Ma and Papoose with the Black love and Puffy with the Black excellence. So this all has always been here. It's always been here. But some people lose their way because there's other things that are thrown in the mix to take you out, i.e. drugs. Right? Because even though in the 1920s they had heroin and you had musicians that were shooting themselves up with it, but it still held this balance of, we would consider it as Black excellence.
Right.
People came from nothing down south and came up into parts of Chicago and New York City, Harlem to be specific, that they made this their new town. They had, every store was a melanated person. It wasn't like, I mean, yeah, there was some Irish and some Italians here and there, but they still knew that at 116th Street, I don't mess up over there. I go, I'm going to Harlem, we don't go that way. They knew their boundaries. And that still was hold as when I hear the Harlem Renaissance, in my head, it's always Black excellence.
Always.
And so that's why I tied in Remy Ma, because that's Black love. And then, like I said, with Puffy, that's, you know, him excluding what he's done deviantly, his you know, him being a producer and things of that nature. That would be, you know, another part of Black excellence. And so yeah, it all ties in with what you're saying as well. And
the dandyism is interesting that they brought that.
Dandyism is what, I brought that up too.
Yeah, the dandyism is as far as style and fashion, you know, things that we created. You know, they always look into, you know, I believe they killed Virgil, right? Because Virgil's going to be bigger than the industry eventually, right? He's going to be bigger than Gucci and all that because he had the streets a lot, right? So Off-White was going to eventually be a bigger thing, and they know that, right? If I can see that, they can see that. And so they got rid of him. And, you know, now they're trying to, of course, you know, I call it like hotwire the culture, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't your car to really drive, right? But if I can hotwire it, if I can get in and somehow, you know, see if I can drive it, you know, fit in and hotwire it, So, you know, they stealing style and shit like that. But again, the Met Gala is a big ritual space, you know. The Met is a big pyramid and obelisk, not a pyramid, an obelisk right behind the Met, you know, and there's a pyramid inside the Met. I was just there like a month ago. They had a dope exhibition about Kemet in Egypt coming out of Greece.
Oh, yes. I have yet to get to see that.
Yeah. So that was pretty dope. But so it's a big ritual space that they use to conjure, and it's really just about like vamping the life force somehow. You know what I'm saying? Making sure that we don't dominate the culture and things like that. And that's really what they want.
Well, check this out.
Real quick.
Dandyism this year for the Met was Black Dandy.
Yes. Yeah, I saw that because I remember what you call it was talking about that. What's his name from Harlem? Dapper Dan.
Dapper Dan. Yeah. So they were harnessing. So I watched a little bit of it. Me and my son was watching it. And we were just like, like some of it was like, oh, okay. But other stuff was like, you could see between what they was using and doing with that energy. But never back in those days where this dandy came from would you be addressed as that. Would you be like, oh, I'm going out looking dandy?
No. Never. That's white culture. Yeah.
Right. And you put your good clothes on is what was, or you put your Sunday best on.
Right.
And these people weren't putting these clothes on to be fashionable unless they had money, and they were and they would come out looking fashionable. For the most part, everyday person, like everybody here on the panel, was wearing just our, good clothes. We were going to church, or we were going, to an event or something like that, but we weren't doing it because of fashion.
Right.
And remember that these people, these colonizers, when they would come up to Harlem and watch Ella Fitzgerald and watch Cab Calloway and things of that nature, they were absorbing all this greatness.
Yes.
They weren't having that down on Fifth Avenue. They wasn't having that on 76th Street and things like that. They came up to Harlem to get their fix.
Yes.
Literally and figuratively, because they was up there doing their hoochie drugs and all that good stuff too. But
they call it slumming sometimes, slumming in the ghetto.
How dare you? You're slumming in the ghetto,
right?
But you won't let us open up a shop in our own hood.
Yeah.
You're closing Harlem up, and you bringing in all this other craziness that's not us.
Well, most of the lynching of black men, this is something that's seldom discussed. There's a book called Black Masters, right? It talks about it, but it's seldom discussed that a lot of black men that were lynched during the 1800s and early 1900s were because they were store owners. Like, they weren't lynching just everybody.
I heard that. Yes, I just heard about that.
They had stores, they had a little shack. I don't know if y'all had Sinners, but they might have a little something like Annie had in Sinners. They'll have a little store, a little grocery store, something like that. And so most of the people that they most people think they just lynch people just because they was like, running around, and that happened too. But the majority of people that got lynched were business owners or people that had business, and it was just because we do everything better. It's just in our DNA. It's not nothing personal. We just in tune because being born in this. Obviously I'm heavy. I don't want to say in reincarnation. The blessing is coming back in this avatar, this melanated avatar. It's a blessing because of what the melanated avatar can do.
Right.
Because we have to remember, we're not this avatar. We exist in this avatar for this particular scene of whatever our universal role is. So with this avatar, this is where I go to belief because I can't prove this, but I believe that this avatar is the final one. And if you fuck up on this avatar, it's a wrap for you. They might scrape your soul. You know what I'm saying? And then that's it. There's no more reincarnation. This is just my theory. I think when you become melanated, it's the final frontier. And you master it in this avatar, or you keep coming back, and you might get back another round depending on, the level, or you might become a ghost, again, going more into different things like that, right? Your vibration's not high enough, you become a spirit trapped here. That's what we call a ghost or whatever, or the Caribbeans call a duppy, right?
Duppy.
Yeah, that duppy ride your back, eh?
My cousin would always, every time we come up to the family gatherings, he would tell my Duppy's upstairs. Duppy living upstairs.
Right.
And my grandmother, if you don't stop with that foolishness, stop telling that child about Duppy. He said, Duppy came in Granddaddy's suitcase.
Duppy's a real thing.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, there's a lot of that stuff out there, and that's the other thing that in dealing or when you're in this spiritual consciousness and how it's such a mainstream thing now. It's almost like, oh, I don't even want to see it. I'm annoyed that certain things are being exposed that shouldn't be exposed to the everyday person.
Myself as well.
This is why things, and I mean, this is why secret societies were created, and it's not even like, oh, you know, but the secret societies were created because everybody wasn't privy to know certain things.
Right.
The occult is hidden knowledge. There's certain things, because why? If you give all this knowledge to everybody that's not equipped to handle that, you're going to have a whole bunch of stuff running around out here that you can't even fathom. So this is why it was given to certain people to hold and keep secret and sacred. And only the Privy Council gets to indulge in that information. Yep. But if you start giving it out to Tom, Dick, and Harry, and they don't know how to handle this,
right?
Well, now this is why everything's running crazy right now, because you got these little girls on TikTok. Oh, let me get a reading, or let me do this, and let me.
Right.
And it's like, whoa. Well, you don't know what you're doing.
Right. You're 15. What are you talking about, right?
But it's sensationalized now. And I haven't seen Sinners yet. I have no desire to see it.
Okay.
But I feel like that's a sensationalism as well, where they keep pushing that type of energy out because what? Why?
Right.
I'm not asking you, but I'm just saying, like, why? What's your purpose? Certain things don't need to be exposed, but I've come to her. I think it was on Black Magic. I can't remember who it was that was saying that Ryan Coogler or whatever, he studies under Yoruba.
Okay.
His mother.
That makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense though.
And it was a pastor, and he was saying, because he does the hip hop, the satanic world of hip hop.
Okay.
And he mentioned this man, and he said, all that stuff is not, even if there's intention of doing good, he was like, right. But when you are in that entertainment business, they're usurping it for the bad.
Right.
The dark magic of it.
Right. Right.
And so I was like, oh, well, that would make sense. And then he started going in a little bit more, and I was like, well, that would make sense if he's bringing like vampires to something that's supposed to be pure, meaning the rituals are pure in nature.
Right.
But you then throw in the vampirism, and it's like, okay, well, that's known as being evil. Right. So that's why I was like, I don't. And he's like, if you are not ready to watch that movie, like if you have this,
right,
if you are susceptible to certain things, you shouldn't watch it. And that's why I was like, yeah, because I have no desire. I really don't want to see it. But my family's like, oh, that's a good movie. And I'm like, okay, well, in due time, when my soul says it's time to watch it, then I'll watch it. When my spirit says, go ahead and watch it, then I'll watch it. But right now, my spidey senses are tingling about that movie. Right. And I'm like, and it's not for the goodness of it. It's not. So I'm going to leave that alone. But what I'm saying is that's a case in point where now you have these type of things going on, and in TikTok and Instagram, you have people that are doing that. And it's like, I grew up in a world and I grew around people that practice Santeria.
Right.
I wasn't privy to see everything because it's not for me to see.
Right.
And my school friend, she would tell me, because from one minute she was dressed up in a uniform, next thing I know she's wearing all white, and she's like, I gotta wear this all year. We're like in the 4th grade.
Wow.
So for her to explain to me why she's doing what she has to do, and then she can't even tell me everything.
Right.
And show me, her parents have a corner in the room and stuff like that. Like, I grew up in a world where it was secrecy.
Yes.
For a reason.
Yes.
And now it's exaggerated and it's exposed. And I think that this is not to sound spooky, but it's allowed some demonic energies to come through. And like these portals are open because people don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah, through people too. The messages are coming through people, right? And you see it a lot on these platforms, like how people act and how they react. Also, some of the things that they're putting out. A lot of times, but I think that the as above, so below, right? So the invisible world is a reflection of the visible world. The visible world is a reflection of the visible world, right? Because everything has duality, everything has masculine and feminine balance.
Yes.
So therefore, like you said, if there's demons in the spirit world or extra entities coming to the spirit world, that there's extra entities coming in the physical world. So those, so yeah, we have to, like you said, you got to be vigilant when you're on the spiritual path, have your protection, your crystals. If you're sincere, if you're playing games, then games are going to be played with you. And that's just the times we in. You know what I'm saying? That's just the times we in. I don't think there's people that's escaping right now. The energy and the way I'm feeling, I don't think there's a time I don't think right now you could escape. I think if you're not really sincere about this and you're just doing it for money, you're going to be miserable behind the scenes. There's going to be something in you that's gonna jolt you, because the frequency is raising. We're in a new solar cycle. There's all these solar flares, so the frequency is getting higher and higher and lifting higher and higher. And the last time frequencies got higher and higher is when they were 5G towers, right? And I won't get into that, but we know what happened right after that, right? And we know what happened right after that, and then we know what happened to people right after that, right? So it's going to be the same thing that's going to happen, right? But we're not going to see it as a pandemic. But as the years go on, right, we'll see more and more people fall off. And they might not just pass away, but they're going to fall off the path. They're going to go back to church, which we saw a lot of people do that didn't fall off, went back to church. I know some prominent YouTubers that were heavy into magic and spells and spirituality and the occult, went right back to Christianity as soon as 2020. Everybody that.
Yep.
I mean, premier people. So as the frequencies keep rising, you either go to rise toward the tide, or you go, what they say, if that bitch can't swim, she bound to drown.
Right.
But,
and I know how to swim. I knew how to swim since I was 9 years old.
Yeah, we swimmers. We swimmers on the planet, man. And those who can't, let them drown. Shit, can't help everybody. Just trying to save those who want to be saved, man. And and if you don't, that's on you. I'm past the days of trying to wake people up or
yeah. I don't have the energy for that.
I don't have the energy for that, nor the time, nor do I want to. If you're part of the tribe, we can vibe. If not, peace to you. And that's that. If you're an enemy, you'll be destroyed. And that's that. Simple. But don't try to block my blessings. That's all. That's all. I'll let you be in peace in your corner, doing what you do. Let me be in peace in my corner. Like, I was in this class and it was like, this business class, and it's primarily Christian. It's a lot of Christians. They're like, we teach business from a biblical foundation. It was like everybody's okay with that, made everybody say yes. And I was like, yeah. But I was like, I'm a mystic. I come from an African mystic spiritual traditions, So I said, as long as you respect my tradition, I have no problem respecting yours when we do our one-on-ones. And he was like, I never heard anything like that, but I respect it,
Like, okay.
Yeah. What I'm saying? You want me to respect you? You got to respect me too. You know what I'm saying? That's my boundaries. And that's that. I ain't got to preach to you as long as you don't preach to me. And we can still do business.
My son recently, in the past couple of months, he converted from Christianity to Islam. And he's been his life in the past couple of months has changed. His spirit has changed so much for the better. And somebody asked me, well, do you mind that he did? I said, no, I was going to become a Muslim when I was 14, 15 years old. A Sunni at that. And I had no idea what I was getting myself into until one of the brothers on Fordham Road was like, here, little sis, read this. And I'm reading about what the woman's part is. I said, oh, hell no. I'm something shit. Right. And I like my freedom.
Right.
So I did say to him, be mindful, because he's learning, and it's just like in spirituality, you're learning everything, and you want to grasp numerology and gematria and all that stuff. You want to get all into it, and it's steps. And I said to him, don't be too critical on new people that are studying Islam and looking at Christians down either, because just like in all religions, there's there's zealots, there are the people that go fanatics about it, And then you have people that are really true and believe like God and Allah and Yahweh and all that good stuff, Jah. And that's where your focus is. Yes, it's good to have fellowship with the people around you, but to have your own personal relationship with Creator, Source, Most High, God, whoever you want to call that, that's first and foremost. And not to be judgmental, because people are, just like you said, Brother Rob, people have been going back into, Christianity and whatever it is, whether it be Baptist or the Catholic Church, that they're looking for salvation in one way or another, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I will never judge anybody that gets out of this type of consciousness, the spiritual consciousness, and goes back into religion. Who am I to judge?
Right.
If that's what they find their path, they feel better with it, then so be it.
Right.
But they don't look at us like that. They'll look at us like, oh, you guys are heretics, and you burn them at the stake.
Right.
But we don't have that same type of love. We love you no matter what.
No matter what. Yeah.
That's true God form. That's the God body.
Talk about
it's you having the love unconditionally for whoever it is, no matter how many times they fuck up in life. You still
Right.
give them that love. My aunt used to say, I give the same amount of respect to the CEO of the business and say hello to the janitor in the same CEO company. Like, I treat them the same. No one is different just because one is higher than the other.
Right. That's grounded.
A lot of people got it twisted. Right.
Yeah. That's being grounded. Being down to earth but not too high. And like elitism, even with this whole thing where people call themselves chosen, like, how do you know you're chosen? You ain't hit 60, 70 yet. You don't know if you're gonna go back to church and be a Bible thumper. You know what I'm saying? You ain't lived the whole life yet. You don't know what your journey is. People 20, 25, 26, 30. I'm chosen. Chosen for what? What you doing, nigga? Where's the institutions? You're chosen. Okay, great. That's good for your ego, good for your pride. Yeah, you're chosen. Great. All right, now what? You know what I'm saying? Now what? How do you treat your children? Let me see if your children say you were chosen one. Let me see if your mama. Let me see if your coworkers. Let me see if your boo, your girl or boy is like, yeah, they walk around like chosen ones. I bet you they got a different story. So we don't, you know what I'm saying? We don't get too high on the horse and, juice the Kool-Aid too much, man. It's all about being
and not to get titles, because that's another thing. If I give myself, and I don't give myself any other than Foxy Moon, and I put spiritual alchemist in it because I've done some alchemy and stuff, but I don't run around with that. I don't run around with the title of saying anything other than, because one, I still have yet to grow. The other thing is, I haven't been initiated. I mean, I have been, but not physically. I've been initiated by the higher realms, the spirit world, of certain things.
Right.
But even still, I'm not going to walk around just like if you go and get a PhD, or now you're a doctorate and your doctor so-and-so. And I was like, that shit don't mean shit. If you lose your job, you're going to have to work in Walmart or something. You know what I mean? Like Professor so-and-so. Like, what if that to work out and you get fired, laid off? Or what happened when we had the pandemic? Nobody had a job. Y'all have to work back at wherever you could get a job at.
Yes. And I remember in 2008, I was working in a sales company. I remember, 2008, they had the other stock housing crash.
Yep.
And I remember people was coming into my office. I was a manager of a call center. People was coming in, PhDs, doctorates, all this type of shit. And he was working right in the call center, saying I was managing them. So yeah, I remember. It doesn't, and it doesn't
These
make you
titles
smart.
don't mean shiznick.
Yeah, but doctorates impress people. You see, if you love yourself, right, you can love other people for who you are, because you are immersed in loving and develop your own personal development. So once you start to love yourself, it's easier to love other people. What's the problem is a lot of people are trying to impress or one up other people or be better, right? And there's really, I guess you could say there is a hierarchy in life, but it's not a hierarchy as far as things, material things, right? Titles, labels, things you could get and acquire, right? The only hierarchy is in spirit, right? You could be a higher spiritual being, right? Where you've activated your soul power and now you're living in your most high way. And you're still, and it's always a journey, right? So it's never like perfection is not a real idea, because what's perfect? Nothing's perfect, right? A book, a rock, like, nothing's perfect. So perfection doesn't even exist. But being the best version of you, and that's your consistent goal on a day-to-day basis, right? That's your light, right? That's when you're turning waves into particles, that's your focus. And once that's your focus, right, more and more things in the universe will attract to you to build on that foundation, right? To build on it. That's where even if you think of masonry, that's where they have a thing called Freemasonry. They squaring, they call it circling the square, right? The square being the foundation or your soul, and the circle being your spirit or what you're paying attention to, right? And what you're focusing on and what you're giving light or life to. So a lot of times, when people say, going back to the genesis of this, what people like, this, not just chosen, we had said something, I forgot, but these labels that people have, like, it's really just ego. You're just trying to clothe the ego. You're just trying to have a sense of pride. You're just trying to feel good, but it's artificial, because the house might burn, the car might, burn, the house, anything, the money might go away. And then what are you? People validate themselves by who they are, their cars, their jobs, their careers, their degrees, but that's not who you really are, right? All those things are accoutrements. And really, they're supposed to be things that are going to help, again, push humanity or help raise the vibration on the planet in some way, shape, or form. Because every job is service. Every job is service. Every career is service. Every entrepreneurship is a form of service. So what is your service here on earth? Right? It doesn't, and your service doesn't have to be, being like Foxy or Rob Black Storm on the internet teaching spirituality or doing, astrology. It could be you creating a pair of socks. It could be you designing Yeezys, right? Which is a comfortable slipper. It could be you, creating a new type of pillow that heats up in cold weather and cools, in the warm weather, right? Just, ideas like that. Like, people need to make shit like that. Like, how many indigenous so-called Black people had hands in creating these computers and these phones that we don't even know about, that we don't even know their names, but we're like, they wouldn't even exist. This technology wouldn't even exist without us. So it wouldn't
That's
exist.
exactly what we were talking
Literally.
about, weren't we, Wally? That's exactly what we were talking about right before you came in, about the technology and how, people, because Maybach was saying that a brother or a family, was it, that created the credit card. And actually, it was a Muslim brother that created the credit card strip. So yeah, everything that is out there, it's been through us first. Yeah, and if you look at the Mayan technology and their civilization, pre-colonial time, even prior to that, 14, in the 13th, these people were thriving. They had their aqueducts. I mean, everything. If you looked at their technology, it was like, wow. I think we are going backwards. Actually, I think that technology is where it was at.
Yes.
Is where it was at, and we're going backwards into it. And technology is only going to get remixed, remixed here and there, but it's not as fantastical as it was. Because if you think about these people who were there in South America and all in the indigenous lands, from South Central to North America, because it was in Canada, because that's part of America too.
Right.
All these indigenous people had civilizations going on and thriving. That I think when the Mayan calendar hit the 2012, that's the peak of the technology.
Yeah, that was the peak. That was the end of the old world.
That was the end of
yeah, that's what it was. We thought it was the end of the world, but no, it was the end of the old world. Because if you look at the events that happened, from 2012 on, like, it's just been how do you say, digital technology, I guess, with the AI, computers, and, just things ramping up as far as technology here on Earth, but we also have to remember we're technology. You know, spirituality, though, no matter what type of thing that you're following, it is technology. Like it is something that's designed to. It's an equation, right? If I do this plus this equals this, right? So it is a technology. There is an equation. There's an X plus Y equals Z or whatever, right? So understanding that energy work and the importance of it, and I think like really, because when I get back on YouTube, I'll be back this weekend. My thing is really going to be on like more focused on like focus for a little bit, focus and what that means, using some examples and things like that. But I want to talk about Remy Ma and Papoose. I'm gonna talk about
let's go ahead. Let's bring that up. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close out because we've been here for us. I've been
4 hours,
and
did I run the guy off? He's not even there. Oh shit.
He probably fell asleep.
Okay.
But first of all,
I'm here. I'm just sitting out.
I don't even go this late. I'm usually in the morning. I do my thing in the morning. But
I just saw.
I had went out. And I had went out, so I came back and I said, let me do my Mindful Monday because I've been really wanting to talk about the Dandy, and then Remy Ma happened. They happened all at the end of the month and stuff of May.
Right.
And I'm not one to like jump on sensationalism and jump on the gossip wheel. But I wanted to tie it into something like when I come on is to make us think about stuff and tie all in. So that's why I brought in the Black love and what does that look like and the excellence and stuff. So we can end off with Remy Ma.
Yeah, let me give you my mundane interpretation, right?
Yes.
From a dude who's been in these streets, been through some things, in the hood, so to speak. Papoose ain't this angel everybody thinks he is, and this great guy everybody thinks he is. And neither is Remy. But Papoose has been plotting on Remy. And let me tell you how, right? So, when Papoose and Remy came out, right? Now, Remy was already on fire, way more fire than Papoose. But Papoose had a little buzz, right? He got this 1.5 deal he's talking about. I remember that. He got a 1.5 deal. This is that time I used to work briefly for Atlantic Records.
Okay.
So I remember him getting the 1.5 deal and all that. But after he got the 1.5 deal, shortly after that, either before or after, I might be wrong, right? But I remember Remy and Fat Joe, right? They did Lean Back. You know what I'm saying? And she already had another hit with Conceited too, right?
Right.
Called Conceited before that. But Lean Back was like a monster, #1 forever, right? So she was, and right after that is when her dumb ass shot her friend for $1,000, right?
Right.
But she was hot. She was cooking with Lean Back, right? She had the #1 song. She was about to do another album, right? It's going to be a big thing with her, right? In the future. So Papoose knows that. He knows she had a #1 song. He knows she was hot. If I know this, she knows this, right? So I'm not saying he didn't love her, but she gets locked up and he goes to see her every day. Now, as a man, you can't handle business and see somebody anywhere every single day. Every day.
She told him that.
And handle business.
Do this every day.
It's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? It is impossible to see somebody 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and handle your own personal business. So who are you banking on when you get home? Now remember, he said, right, listen to his live, he said, K-Slay and them told him, get your ass back to work, right? You need to get back to work. So I'm going to see her. She needs me. What can you do for a woman that's behind bars? Nothing but talk. So she needs me. What are you really doing but talking? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, so this is what I think. I think Papoose plan was stick with her, stay down, invest in her, put money on her books, give her food. So when she comes out, now she got this big buzz. She's gonna be doing shows. She's gonna be doing a new album, and he's attached to now a bigger artist than him through marriage. So now the guilt trip comes, right? And again, I know niggas who think like this. You know what I'm saying? The guilt trip comes. Well, when you was locked up, I did XYZ. When you was locked up, I did XYZ. When you was locked up, I did this, right? So now the person feels obligated to help you with this, to help you with that, because this is what Remy's saying, right? I'm paying the bills for this. I'm paying for this. I'm paying for this. I'm putting money out. That's her gripe. Now, whatever she cheated on all that, I'm not saying that was the right thing to do. But goddamn, if you locked up for 8 years and you've been getting the same, and at 19, you've been getting the same dick for 20 years, you might want to experience what a new dick is. Right? And that's just being fair. That's just being fair. You might want to see what's out there. You only had one, maybe before you, when you were younger, right? You want to see what's out there. And again, I think that's the person Remy was before she got in. You know what I'm saying? I think she was loyal to Papoose for a while. And then she's like, look, I want to try something different. And who knows what's going on in the bedroom? That's a different story for another day. But that's the situation, right? So I think he was trying to lock her down, knowing her status, and keeping her around, even with the black love thing. Like, that was really his thing. Remy was never really pushing that heavy. She never pushed that heavy. That was his thing. So she's always been tethering. And now, look what he's doing with Carissa. The same model, damn near. They both got the same model of what they call variants. They both got variants of each other.
They said they got Timu look-alike, because they said the block looked like Papoose, and they said Clarissa looked like her. They got the Timu version of each other. Right. I was weak when I heard that.
And now before he wasn't all up in. You didn't see him with Clarissa Shields like this. You didn't see him Clarissa Shields in every video, all on her stories, all on every place. No, he wasn't claiming her like that. But now she's blowing up. She got the movie. She's being recognized. All of a sudden, you see this nigga. He's the type of dude I would smack or something if that was with my
Brooklyn dudes, not for nothing, but it would never be a Bronx dude. It's either Brooklyn or Harlem Shake.
I know who he is, and now he already got a couple of kids. I just know who he is. He's the type of dude that's always, he's like a what do they call it? Oedipus, right? Always under your mother. You know what I'm saying? Always looking for your mother, and he's this type of dude that likes women to take care of him. And now he's up under Clarissa. And poor Clarissa, if she has a baby with him,
it's a wrap.
Yeah, it's a wrap. She's gonna be miserable. And she might not even.
And she's young. I think she's like 23.
Right.
So he, and they're our age. They're in their 50s.
Right.
So let this girl live, Papoose.
Right.
And my thing with her was she started chiming in on the social media, and I don't think Remy was specifically like dissing her, but she was, saying stuff indirectly. And Clarissa's coming in and like, we'll take it to the ring. Why don't you come to the ring, Remy, and we could do this together? And it's like, listen, you are the mistress. You are the side chick. Please stay out of these married people's business and just let him deal with her, and you sit back and you take care of yourself.
Yeah, you got to shut the fuck up.
Come on.
Yeah, you got to shut the fuck up.
101. And she's probably so like amazed by him and whatever he's sweet nothing telling her in her ear. Because she thinks, he's the freshest thing since sliced bread. And it's like, no. He's used good times too, because he has kids prior to Remy. He's got the baby girl with Remy, and now he's nestled up under you.
Yeah, he's got 4 kids already. Now he's about to have a 5th, and he's almost 50. He's 48 years old. Like, what are you going to do with another kid? Shit, I'm damn
smart. A lot of people are telling Clarissa like that, like cut him off.
But because he looked so good, that image of he held her down. And people are like, oh, he's a good man because he held her down. That doesn't mean you're a good person. That doesn't mean you're a good person. That's like there's this thing in prison where they'll give you like you come in and the dude will give you shit. Like he'll give you like fruits and snacks and shit like that. And if you take that shit, you're his the whole motherfucking bit. It's the same game. It's the same game. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he went to the bed and he fed her and put money in her account and all that. But at the same time, yeah, it's a game. And he probably been running the shit on all the other women that he had. I know his type. I'm telling you, I know his type. And I'm not trying to hate on him.
So then I threw in, I forgot where I was at, but then and this is where I'll now throw in astrology, because when I'm on my platform and I'm doing the cards and I'm talking about the signs, he is a Pisces man. And I want people to understand that that is a Pisces man right there.
Yeah, I can see that too.
When they are scorned, they become like females.
Yes.
But they are the sweetest things, alive. I love me some Pisces men. And if you ladies, like I say, if you ever want somebody to really like do a Hallmark, you see how Papoose is. He was going over there every day to jail to this woman. But when they are scorned, they might as well come out with their little claws because it is ridiculous how feminine they can become. And that's why Remy's like, what? Like, what? So yes, and she's a Gemini. So she's not having any of that stuff.
Yeah, she's not having it. That's a bad astrological match. Pisces and Gemini, that's not a good match at all. That's not a match for success at all.
And I think that she wanted
a water sign and an air sign.
No. But I feel like Remy wanted somebody to kind of be a little more, because they're sweethearts. Pisces men are very sweetheart. They're very like gushy. I'm just telling you. Listen, my grandfather was a Pisces. My father was a Pisces. My husband's a Pisces.
Water signs, emotional.
Yes.
Emotional, empathetic, and compassionate.
They're the emotional out of the water signs.
Yeah.
Cancer and Scorpio, we're not like that. We're emotional in a different way, but we're not like a woman scorned emotional. Like I'll cut ties. I'll be like, okay, that's what you want to do. I'll help you pack your bags.
You a Scorpio, Foxy?
No, I'm a Cancer.
Okay.
But it works well. Like I said, my husband and I, but I had to bring my father down a couple of notches. I had to bring my husband, because I'll be like, yo, y'all relax. The emotion is getting too much. And I'm like, relax. I think Remy just needed somebody to be a little more authoritative, if that makes like a little more like, all right, not so. I don't know. I'm just speaking. Plus, she's a Bronx girl. We got a bad rap as being New York women are aggressive and things like that. It's like, shut up. We live in a different society from other people, so we're gonna be a little aggressive.
And let me say this: he's not the lame. The guy, he keeps calling him a lame. He's not a lame. The guy can't be a lame if he took your wife and shook your hand.
Oh, they're trying to say that he was the lame. That the block
is trying to say Easy, the block captain, is a lame, and he keeps calling him a lame. But how is he a lame if he took your wife? If he took your girl, he's not a lame. You're the lame. He took your girl, and you couldn't get him back.
And what Papoose didn't realize is, I watched most of that video that he did talking on IG.
Right.
He just alluded that Remy was cheating with females too.
Yes. She was locked up 8 years with females in Bedford Hills. Of course she ate some pussy, got a pussy ate by women. Of course.
But it seems like he allowed that. But when it came to the block, because your manhood is being tested now.
You go pride.
And I'm like, wow, but cheating is cheating, my man. Cheating is cheating.
Cheating is cheating. And he should have checked her from the door. And I believe he loved her. Don't get me wrong. I don't.
That's what it was.
Yeah, I don't think Papoose didn't love her. Right? I'm not saying that, but I do think there was also an ulterior motive behind all of that. Because that's just not something men do. And I'm not saying it to say, because it should be. It is something men should be doing. But every day, nah, you can't go visit somebody every day. You're gonna fuck up your life, and that's what he did. You see, he ain't no big time rapper. Nobody knows one Papoose song. And I love hip hop, love it. I don't know what Papoose. I know that's about it. With the remix. Well, that's not his song. That's Busta Rhymes' song.
Right. Right. So that goes to show you how much.
Yeah. So he had a buzz and he was doing this, and I wish no hate on the young man, but let that girl be. Let her. She chose who she chose. You chose who you chose, and it's it's nasty that they put it on the internet.
Exactly.
Because the kids, and now whenever they gotta meet kids or swap kids, it's all this tension. That ain't the tension that you could just have dinner and talk about now.
Right.
this shit is gonna take years to get
Because they
over.
both did damage control on each other. Like she made him look, crazy, and he making her like she ain't shit. And it's like, well, listen, and
they should have kept all that behind closed doors for real.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're adults. They're not like these teenagers where they gotta run to social media and do that. Like you are close to 50 years old. Like conduct yourselves like you know better.
And I blame Papoose. Because even if she said something, he should have, like, she just is the one who came out first talking about. But even if she says, she shut the fuck up, nigga. I don't care. Any girl, if a woman that I'm with goes crazy and ballistic on me, I'm not saying nothing. You're not gonna get no response from me. I might do a quick written response if I'm big enough, and I'm like, okay, this might damage my brand or something. That's it. Quick note. 4 or 5 sentences. That's it. That's it. I ain't gonna have no 2-hour live dissing somebody I just had a child with and put my penis in them for 20 years. Are you crazy? I wouldn't even talk about my mother like that, and we weren't together that long.
Thank you for that. I was like, he caught an L from me.
He caught an L. He caught an L. So I don't understand how all these people. Well, I do, but I'm like, people are really eating this shit up. Like he's a hero. I'm like, he ain't no hero, man. That dude's been plotting all this time. All this time.
I have to say
that live off of her. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that in hindsight. But I did say like it was very unheard of because I mentioned that in my live earlier. Right. That is very unheard of a man standing 10 toes down for a woman that's going to jail. Like you hear it the opposite way. So everybody was like, "Damn, this is a legit dude," and that was the concession. The concession of he's a stand-up dude. This is but now all this stuff is being aired out, and I'm not either for. I have no dog in the race for them, but I'm like, like Remy was saying. Listen, I was giving him money. I told him to go do him and stop coming here because he moved from Brooklyn up north to get a apartment so he can see her every day and be closer to her. And she was like,
she told him to stop coming. Yeah.
Thank you.
She said she told him to stop coming every day. So why did he need her? Why was he saying she needs me? Why was he not going on his grind and doing shows? Because he had another credit card that he was invested in and waiting on. That's why.
And then he wanted to.
Ain't that much love in the world. Ain't that much love. And I know women who hold men down in prison. They ain't going every day. They're not going every day. They're not. People got shit to do. You know what I'm saying? People got shit to do. They might come every other week or every week or something like that. Maybe every visit, but they're not coming every day.
And she said, go ahead. I understand. You're going to need urges. Like she knew because she's there for 8 years.
Come on now.
He told him, if you have urges and you're going to go do it, what am I going to do? She was being real with him.
And you're an entertainer at that.
Huh?
And you're an entertainer. He's an entertainer.
Exactly. So what did he go do? No, he goes and marries her anyway while she's locked up. So now that makes me think, just as you were saying, if I marry her, we're legally, whatever she gets, da-da-da-da-da.
What's mine is mine. In the words of Sticky Finger, what's mine is mine and yours is mine. Foxy, I'm going to get off. It's 11 o'clock. I got to meditate.
Peace, thank you. I appreciate you. It's so good to see you.
Thank you for allowing me to blossom. Now I feel like I can now do a YouTube video. So I needed this. So you gave me this is like spiritual, verbal calisthenics, right? You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate the workout.
You're quite welcome. Good to see you.
You too, Foxy. Till next time.
Peace. All right, peace. Salute. All right, Wally. Let's wrap it up.
Yeah, you can go. I gotta go. But thanks for getting me on.
Okay, Wally. Good to have you up here.
Yeah, no problem. No, sorry.
Okay, so everybody, yes, we did 4 hours in. We're here and we had a great conversation. I know it stirred a little left and right, but it it's all information nonetheless. So I appreciate everybody that came through earlier to the panel that was here. We had Old Head and Wally, Brother Ra, Black Storm, and my brother Maybach up in the building. We were here doing the damn thing. Again, when you are watching this and the replay game, make sure to like it and share it out for this content so that we can keep growing, and put some comments in the comment section, so we can have the algorithm rhythming. And again, for all those that are interested, we're interested in readings and getting readings, the calendar is closed now. I know, I'm sorry. And I won't probably be opening back up until like September. So I know that's a stretch, but I have some, the summertime things like that, my family. But keep posted, check the community section, check the post, it's called post section now. For when I do any changes to the channel, if I'm going to be, doing any kind of readings, you'll know about it in the community section. Also, you can go to my Foxy Moon _ premieres in Instagram, and you can check there to see what updates I am doing. And then just look out for the weekly messages that I put out on the shorts, for your spiritual guidance. And with that being said, I appreciate everybody who's here, who came by, even if it was for a short minute. I appreciate that, and those that will be catching the replay. Salute, peace, and catch y'all on the flip side.